Marcus Bell arrived at Orion Components in the autumn of 1991, wearing a modest brown suit, thin glasses, and the unhurried smile of someone who understood numbers better than people. Fresh from a small Midwestern college and armed with a CPA license, he blended into the open-plan accounting wing like a neutral brushstroke on a beige canvas. Colleagues called him dependable. The senior vice president labeled him invisible but essential. And no one imagined that Marcus had already started rehearsing the first steps of a quiet, decade-long dance with company cash. Orion made industrial sensors for automotive plants across the Rust Belt, earning predictable margins and enjoying a reputation for conservative management. In Marcus's second year, he was promoted to controller, the gatekeeper of vendor payments. The upgrade granted him unfettered access to the accounts payable system, a staid mainframe terminal where green letters glowed against black. What Marcus saw was an ocean of routine, thousands of invoices, most under $5,000, drifting through each month. He noticed, too, the lax approval hierarchy. Senior managers rubber-stamped batch files at week's end without reading beyond the summary page. The temptation presented itself not as a thunderclap, but as a soft murmur. No one is watching. His first experiment was cautious. He created a shell vendor, Midwest Gasket Supply, using a P.O. box in a neighboring county and a phone number that rang to an answering machine in his basement. He keyed an invoice for $2,137.84, just low enough to escape random audits, and posted it to a cost center already running over budget. 2 weeks later, Marcus received a company check made out to his fictitious firm. He opened a small business account at a community bank under an assumed trade name and deposited the proceeds. Nothing happened. No one asked questions. The ease of it settled over him like warm water. Over the next 3 years, Marcus refined the scheme. He studied Orion's seasonal cash flow swings, timing his ghost invoices to coincide with quarters that historically overspent on raw materials. He diversified his shell vendors, creating names like Lakeshore Machining and Tri-State Calibration, and staggered dollar amounts so patterns never crystallized. At home, he built spreadsheets cataloging every fraudulent payment, cross-referencing them against legitimate vendor IDs to ensure no employee would spot a duplicate. Each line item felt, to him, less like theft and more like an exercise in elegant symmetry. Debits matched credits, books balanced, life continued. The money accumulated quietly. Marcus avoided luxury. He drove a 6-year-old Toyota, wore discount store ties, and vacationed locally. But in a locked cabinet behind his furnace room, bank statements told another story. By 1998, his offshore mutual fund in the Cayman Islands approached $3.2 million. The sum both thrilled and unnerved him. He told himself he was merely establishing a safety net. Orion's future looked uncertain, competition from Asia mounting. But inside, he savored the illicit control. Each forged invoice was a secret syllable in a private language only he could read. Corporate fate intervened in 2000 when a German conglomerate acquired Orion. The new owners deployed auditors from Frankfurt, relentless men in charcoal suits who believed every transaction whispered a story. They introduced data mining software that flagged anomalies across a decade of ledger entries. Marcus stayed calm, greeting the auditors with trays of coffee and meticulously labeled binders. For months, nothing surfaced. He began to trust his own invisibility again, until the software's pattern recognition tool linked 4 vendor addresses to the same post office branch. A junior analyst, Renee Holler, thought the coincidence odd enough to investigate. Renee called Midwest Gasket Supply. The line was disconnected. She checked Illinois corporate registries. No record. She broadened her search and discovered that Tri-State Calibration shared a taxpayer ID with a recently closed account at the same community bank. One afternoon, she walked to Marcus's cubicle with a courteous smile and asked for supporting paperwork. Marcus felt the air thin around him. He offered to pull the files and excused himself to the archive room, heart thrumming like a trapped sparrow. For 30 minutes, he paced between shelves, rehearsing excuses. When he emerged, Renee had already alerted the head auditor. The unraveling happened with clinical swiftness. Over 30,000 invoice images were rescanned. 23 matched Marcus's signatures. A forensic accountant subpoenaed bank records, tracing check deposits to the Cayman Fund. Confronted with evidence, Marcus attempted a final act of balancing. He proposed repaying everything with interest if Orion kept the matter private. The board refused. He was arrested at dawn in February 2001, handcuffed on the same driveway he had salted for decades of Midwestern winters. In court, prosecutors painted a portrait of cold calculation, but former co-workers struggled to reconcile that image with the soft-spoken man who remembered birthdays and fixed jammed printers. Marcus listened impassively as the tally reached $7,814,226 in stolen funds. His attorney argued the company's lax controls invited misconduct, yet the judge focused on trust betrayed. You exploited confidence placed in you because you knew it was unlikely anyone would look. Marcus nodded once, accepting a 10-year federal sentence. Orion survived, though layoffs followed and the German parent soon divested. Employees whispered Marcus's name only in passing, as if invoking him might infect new ledgers with doubt. Meanwhile, in Green Federal Correctional Institution, Marcus taught basic bookkeeping to inmates earning GEDs. He instructed them on double-entry principles, how every debit demands a credit, how numbers, if tended carefully, never lie, even when people do. When he stepped out of prison in early 2011, the world had migrated to cloud accounting, Sarbanes-Oxley audits, and real-time analytics systems born, in part, from breaches like his. Marcus found that invisibility, once his shield, had become his sentence. No firm would hire him. He rented a one-bedroom apartment, volunteered at a food pantry, and filed taxes reporting modest wages from temp work. At night, he opened a worn notebook and traced the arc of his own balance sheet. Assets squandered, liabilities unpaid, equity vanished into a ledger only he could see, written forever in the quiet ink of regret. Evan Mercer was 27 when he first stepped into the walnut-paneled research floor of Sterling and Company, a mid-tier Wall Street investment bank that kept its ambitions sharp and its corridors hushed. He had graduated near the top of his class at Wharton, spoke in careful, measured sentences, and wore an expression of permanent attentiveness, as though the next data point might alter the universe. By 2005, he was the junior lead on semiconductors, authoring reports that could nudge billions of institutional dollars with a single upgraded rating. Evan's apartment in Murray Hill was small enough that the glow of his Bloomberg terminal illuminated both the kitchen counter and the rumpled sofa where he sometimes slept after marathon earnings seasons. 2 framed photographs occupied his nightstand. One showed his mother and younger sister, Chloe, grinning in matching hospital gowns during Chloe's 3rd round of dialysis. The other captured Evan and his college roommate, Daniel "Danny" Falk, caked in blue paint at a Penn football game. Danny had parlayed a risk-taking instinct into a 2-man hedge fund operating from a sublet in Tribeca. The fund's performance was mediocre, its assets barely scraping $30 million. But Danny radiated certainty that one decisive play could propel them into notoriety. Their paths crossed again at a charity gala for kidney research, where Evan had volunteered to man the coat check. Between silent auctions, Danny asked how Sterling's restricted list reports were shaping up for the coming quarter. Evan raised an eyebrow, half amused, half wary. Danny laughed it off, yet planted a seed. One brilliant trade, Ev, and Chloe's medical bills are handled for good. Evan dismissed the suggestion. at least until Chloe's newest specialist estimated transplant costs north of $300,000 after insurance. He ran the numbers against his analyst salary, his modest bonus, his scant savings. The tidy rows refused to align. Meanwhile, Sterling upgraded Haviland Micro Devices to strong buy, but embargoed the report for 48 hours while the legal team cleared language. Evan alone understood the phrasing was final. Share price would likely jump by double digits once the note hit the terminals. The next evening, pacing his living room, Evan called Danny. He spoke in code, referencing an upcoming sunrise and a clear sky for Silicon. Danny didn't need a translator. He bought call options in a half-dozen client accounts, careful to disperse orders across multiple brokers to avoid notice. 2 days later, when Sterling's report published, Haviland surged 13% before noon. Danny sold, netting just over $1.1 million. His text to Evan read simply, "Chloe's sunrise." Evan wired $150,000 to his mother that afternoon, citing an early bonus. She wept with relief. The method felt, to Evan, morally ambiguous yet strangely compassionate, like smuggling food into a besieged city. He convinced himself it would end there. It did not. Danny pressed for one more dawn, and Evan, soothed by the ease of the first score, obliged. Over 9 months, the duo executed 13 trades, each tethered to Evan's advanced knowledge of Sterling reports or confidential earnings guidance overheard on analyst-only conference calls. They employed burner phones, spoke in elliptical phrases, and never placed more than $2 million on a single ticker. Danny's fund posted a dazzling 42% return, attracting new capital and even a brief mention in Barron's. Evan's bank account, routed through a private trust, ballooned quietly to $680,000. Yet markets are oceans threaded with unseen nets. At the Securities and Exchange Commission, a quantitative surveillance program flagged Danny's hedge fund for an uncanny pattern. Positions initiated days before major analyst revisions, closed moments after price spikes. The algorithm assigned the fund a bright red anomaly score and forwarded the file to senior investigator Lynn Tran, whose talent lay in spotting stories hidden inside spreadsheets. Tran traced phone records, noting repeated late-night calls from Danny's prepaid number to one registered to Evan Mercer. She subpoenaed tower pings, placing both devices in the same cell sector during critical windows. Still, suspicion is not proof. Tran needed a wiretap, and for that, she required the U.S. Attorney's Office. Assistant U.S. Attorney Claire Medina, herself a former trader, signed the affidavit within hours. On a drizzly evening in March 2006, Evan met Danny at a midtown sushi bar. They ordered unagi rolls and whispered about an embargo downgrade on a rival chipmaker. Evan, nervous, toyed with his chopsticks. Across the street, in an unmarked van, agents monitored audio. When the recording captured Danny saying, "We'll short at the bell, cover by Friday, same split as before," Medina had her decisive piece. 5 days later, Sterling's compliance chief escorted Evan to a conference room where 2 FBI agents waited. The moment resembled an earnings release turned upside down. Questions delivered crisply, numbers quoted with deadly precision, no room for optimistic guidance. Facing wire fraud and securities fraud charges, Danny lawyered up and called Evan twice from the MCC jailhouse, begging coordinated defense. Evan never picked up. Prosecutors offered Evan a choice: testify against Danny and recommend leniency, or fight and risk 20 years. Chloe's transplant was scheduled for July. Evan envisioned her alone in a waiting room reading headlines about her brother's trial. He signed the plea. In federal court, Evan spoke softly, admitting he used privileged information to enrich myself and others. He described the first decision as a desperate arithmetic problem, and every subsequent trade as the interest on that original mistake. Danny glared but said nothing. He would receive 14 years after a bruising jury verdict. Evan's sentence was reduced to 36 months, plus restitution and a lifetime ban from the securities industry. Sterling fired Evan, scrubbed his name from past research notes, and updated compliance protocols. Additional audit trails, randomized embargo periods, psychological profiling for undue financial stress. None of it would reimburse the shaken pension funds that unknowingly bought overpriced shares on those manipulated days. But it offered shareholders a narrative of renewed vigilance. Chloe's surgery succeeded. She visited Evan monthly at Otisville Correctional. Bringing homemade cookies no security guard would allow past the gate. They spoke about books, not markets. Each departure left Evan staring at the receding taillights until they vanished among the hills, a metronome of loss counting down the term of his freedom. When he was released in early 2009, the world had survived a financial cataclysm far larger than his own. Evan took a job tutoring math at a Brooklyn community center, guiding teenagers through algebraic puzzles that, unlike markets, obeyed honest rules. Sometimes he caught himself scanning business headlines, old habits flickering. Then he would close the browser, breathe, and remind himself that some dawns are meant to arrive without whispers. Edmund Hale's cubicle at Rosebrook Electronics looked no different from the surrounding rows of beige panels and humming monitors. Yet for 14 years, it was the epicenter of an invisible siphon. Edmund, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and a soft voice, logged in every morning at 7:58 a.m., 2 minutes before the official start of the day, and left precisely at 5:04 p.m. No one could recall him ever being late, taking vacation, or raising his tone above a whisper. That predictability became his camouflage. In 1987, when Rosebrook went public on the Frankfurt Exchange, the company ballooned overnight. New product lines, overseas subsidiaries, and a flood of purchase orders arrived faster than the controllers could codify them. Edmund's task was to reconcile intercompany transfers, a mind-numbing series of ledger entries that flowed between European sales offices and the parent firm in Cincinnati. Upper management considered the work dull but essential, perfect for an unassuming numbers man who never complained. Edmund's private life was equally quiet. He rented a modest brick bungalow on a tree-lined street and drove a 10-year-old Volkswagen that wheezed in cold weather. When neighbors glimpsed him through the window, he was usually reading late 19th century novels, a cup of milky tea cooling beside him. None suspected that by the end of the 1990s he had rerouted more than 27 million into a labyrinth of holding companies registered in Luxembourg and the Isle of Man. The idea first came to him when he noticed how two subsidiaries used nearly identical account numbers, 531, A, 775, and 531, A, 755. A transposed digit caused a payment meant for Barcelona to land briefly in a suspense account. Edmund reversed the error, but the mistake lingered in his mind. If one misplaced keystroke could move 6 figures without a single alarm, what might a deliberate miscode achieve? He began with microtransactions, slipping $940 here, $1,120 there, always amounts that looked like rounding errors on foreign exchange gains. He credited Barcelona, debited Cincinnati, and inserted a third, phantom entity, Alden Mercantile AG, between them. The name sounded legitimate, and in the commotion of rapid expansion, no one questioned an unfamiliar vendor. Each Friday, he wired the accumulated trickle to Alden's account, then forwarded it to a multi-currency sweep under his control. Because the funds passed through only hours apart, auditors saw clean books. The money seemed to arrive where it belonged. Greed did not push Edmund. Control did. Childhood in a strict household had taught him that real power was invisible, exercised silently behind closed doors. The secret balance grew, and with it his sense of mastery. Still, his lifestyle barely changed. The Volkswagen remained. The bungalow stayed unrenovated. The only splurge was an annual trip to Vienna, ostensibly to hear chamber music. In reality, he met a discreet private banker who converted dollars into bearer bonds and stored them in a numbered vault. As the new millennium approached, Rosebrook's leadership chased aggressive earnings targets. They trimmed compliance budgets, froze hiring, and accelerated quarter-close schedules. Ironically, every shortcut created fresh blind spots for Edmund to exploit. He widened the funnel, redirecting entire shipment prepayments, then refunding partial amounts to customers with apologetic notes about currency fluctuations. Because clients still received goods on time, they overlooked the discrepancies. A single colleague, an intern named Mariah Lowe, sensed something off. In 2002, she was assigned to assist Edmund for a summer rotation. Mariah noticed that Alden Mercantile appeared on transfer reports only on Fridays and never held a balance over the weekend. She asked Edmund about it during lunch in the cafeteria. He smiled politely, explained that Alden was a clearing broker for European VAT offsets, and returned to his tuna sandwich. Mariah let the matter rest. She was 21, new, and eager to secure a full-time offer. 3 years later, Mariah, now a staff accountant, attended a forensic accounting seminar where the presenter warned, "Watch for vendors that cycle transactions within 5 business days." The phrase stirred a memory. She dug through archived spreadsheets and found Alden's Friday pattern unchanged, humming along like a drumbeat beneath the firm's financial symphony. This time she approached the internal audit director, a gruff man named Sutherland, who had once served as a military investigator. Sutherland pulled 3 years of wire logs and traced Alden's account to a bank in Vaduz. Yet the listed contact person was Edmund Hale. Confrontation came on a gray November afternoon in 2005. Sutherland, flanked by 2 external auditors, waited at Edmund's cubicle. They spoke quietly, almost respectfully. Edmund did not resist. He closed his spreadsheet, folded his glasses, and accompanied them to a conference room that smelled of stale coffee. Over 6 hours, he explained the mechanics with the precision of a watchmaker. When asked why he did it, he gave a small, almost apologetic shrug. "Because I could," he said. The statement hung in the fluorescent light, flat and honest. Law enforcement arrived just after midnight. Edmund was led out through a side door to avoid the night shift engineers. Reporters would later learn that the arrest was so discreet most employees didn't know until they saw the morning news ticker scrolling beneath televised stock quotes. The courtroom phase was subdued. Edmund pleaded guilty to wire fraud, money laundering, and tax evasion. He offered no defense, waived the right to trial, and returned $19.4 million, every asset that could be liquidated before sentencing. The remainder, prosecutors believed, was locked in instruments that had since matured anonymously. Judge Eleanor Watkins, known for her measured tone, sentenced him to 11 years in federal prison. She observed that the crime was as silent as it was vast, and that society often overlooks the damage caused by white-collar deceit until the ledger finally balances in ruin. Rosebrook Electronics survived, though it never fully recovered investor confidence. Compliance budgets tripled, new layers of oversight clogged processes, and talented employees left for leaner firms. In the bungalow, dust collected on shelves where Victorian novels once stood. The property was auctioned to pay restitution. Neighbors whispered about the soft-spoken man who read by the window, wondering how someone so ordinary could command such hidden storms. Edmund served 8 years before parole. Upon release, he settled in a halfway house and took a job calculating inventory for a nonprofit. Numbers in plain sight, stripped of secrecy. To this day, no one can say exactly how much of the stolen fortune remains adrift in offshore vaults. drawing quiet interest in currencies Edmund may never spend. The final mystery is not the missing millions, but the man himself. A master of invisibility whose greatest talent was to look like nothing at all, until the balance sheet insisted on telling his story. Ellen Ward kept the corner of the open-plan office that no one else wanted. 2 desks from the humming server closet. A little too cold in winter, a little too loud in summer. She never complained. At Beckett and Lawrence, a venerable Boston-based engineering consultancy, Ellen's unassuming nature was praised as dedication. She was in her late 40s, neatly pressed blouses, half-moon glasses on a silver chain, and a voice that rarely rose above a library hush. Her job title, senior project accountant, seemed almost deliberately modest. She coded invoices, reconciled client retainers, produced the monthly work-in-progress reports. To most partners, she was part of the furniture, useful, invisible, trusted. Trust was the first asset she mined. Over 2 decades, Ellen had memorized the rhythms of the firm's cash flow. When overseas government clients paid in lump sums, when the aerospace giants delayed approval, when the mid-sized civil projects came in under budget. She knew which numbers mattered to the partners, utilization rates, write-downs, bonus pools, and which numbers merely drifted in the background. In that blur of background expenses, she saw opportunity. It began in 2003 with a single vendor code. A design-build contract in Antwerp required weekly wire transfers to a Belgian subcontractor. Ellen quietly duplicated the vendor in the system, altered 1 digit of the bank routing, and instructed accounts payable to split large invoices across both codes to simplify VAT tracking. No one questioned her. The first $18,750 moved into an online checking account Ellen had opened using her maiden name spelled slightly differently. It felt, she later admitted to investigators, less like stealing and more like correcting an imbalance. She'd been passed over for promotion again. Her mother's medical bills were mounting, and the firm rewarded flashier personalities. She told herself she would pay it back. But the next month, the Antwerp project posted a windfall change order, and the partners were too busy celebrating to notice the numbers swelling under Ellen's private ledger. She refined her method. For every client with foreign currency adjustments, she created shadow vendors, each routed through a new shell limited company registered in Luxembourg. The paperwork looked legitimate. Ellen copied letterheads, stapled forged tax IDs, and filed them in a cabinet that only she opened. The firm's annual audit never reached those bottom drawers. Ellen lived small. She still drove a 10-year-old Corolla, still brought microwaved leftovers for lunch. Yet on Friday evenings, she slipped on a silk scarf and visited a private banking suite on Boylston Street. The bankers believed she was a silent investor in eco-startups. She transferred funds into index portfolios, municipal bonds, a sprinkling of blue-chip stocks. Nothing flashy, just steady, compounding quiet wealth. By 2010, the amount had drifted past $4 million, but the office still saw a frugal woman clipping coupons. Her undoing arrived not through accounting but through architecture. Beckett and Lawrence merged with a larger London firm, Covington Sterling, in 2016. Covington insisted on harmonizing financial systems, migrating everyone to a cloud platform with real-time dashboards. Ellen was deputized to coordinate the transition, a badge of trust she accepted with a tremor of anxiety. She spent weekends rewriting SQL scripts to keep her shadow vendors hidden, but the new software generated automatic exception reports, highlighting duplicate vendor names across currencies. The first red flag appeared on a Tuesday morning in February. Bell ENG Consult SPR Ltd, Ellen's Luxembourg shell, matched 87% against Bell Engineering Consulting SPR Ltd, the genuine subcontractor. The algorithm pushed the pair to an internal auditor named Trevor Grant, freshly transferred from London and eager to impress. Trevor emailed Ellen politely, asking which was correct. Ellen replied with her habitual calm, claiming the near match was a legacy code and could be purged. Trevor accepted the explanation but logged the exchange. 2 weeks later, a second exception surfaced, this time tied to a Singapore airport feasibility study. Trevor noticed the same pattern. Invoices split, duplicate names, slight banking discrepancies. He cross-referenced travel reimbursements, hoping to tie the anomaly to an employee's expense claim. Instead, he uncovered a trail of modest wire transfers converging on a single routing number in Massachusetts. Trevor escalated discreetly. The partners summoned a third-party forensic team who arrived under the guise of migration consultants, laptops in hand, quietly copying server images overnight. Ellen sensed the chill first. Partners stopped leaving doors ajar. Casual banter ceased when she walked by. She doubled down, deleting folders, shredding aged invoices, but the digital footprints were already etched in backup tapes. The confrontation came in March. A gray Wednesday drizzled with sleet. Ellen was asked to join a meeting in Conference B. Inside waited the managing partner, the HR director, Trevor, and 2 plainclothes agents from the U.S. Secret Service's Electronic Crimes Task Force. The room smelled of stale coffee and new carpet. They told her the scope: 12 shell companies, 48 forged vendor files, $27.8 million missing over 13 years. Ellen adjusted her glasses, looked at each face calmly, and whispered, "I suppose this was inevitable." She did not flee, did not faint. She simply produced a flash drive from her cardigan pocket and slid it across the table. On it were spreadsheets matching every diverted dollar to an investment account still untouched. She offered full restitution in exchange for leniency, explaining that the money had become abstract long ago, just columns scarcely real. The Department of Justice disagreed. At sentencing, the judge remarked on the meticulous nature of her deception. "You weaponized anonymity, Ms. Ward, turning invisibility into an instrument of fraud." Ellen received 9 years in federal prison, the low end of the guidelines, but long enough that her late-start retirement vanished. In the aftermath, Beckett and Lawrence implemented dual approval protocols, biometric vaults for vendor records, and quarterly external audits. Yet senior staff admitted in hushed corridors that no software could fully replace watching for the human riddle in the next quiet cubicle. As for Ellen, she spends her days in the prison library cataloging books, still working with numbers, still almost invisible, while the partners wonder how they missed the accountant who sat 2 desks from the server closet and drained them, a few quiet keystrokes at a time. Marcus Lang arrived at Barclay and Finch in the spring of 2006 wearing a smile that sold itself as humility. He was 32, trim, devout about running 5 miles before dawn, and famous among recruiters for a memory that could recite entire yield curves from the previous decade. The firm stationed him on the London trading floor, 3 screens deep in sovereign debt. He was not yet the fastest voice on the interbank lines, but he listened with monk-like patience, absorbing every rumor, every pregnant pause, and filing each away in the quiet vault of his mind. Patience paid. Within 18 months, Marcus managed the Eurobond desk, a plum seat framed by a window overlooking Canary Wharf's glass spine. His orders grew bolder, his bonuses followed, yet his life remained studiously restrained. He kept a 1-bed flat in Limehouse, dined on takeaway salads, and declined nearly every invitation to the champagne bars downstairs. The sales team joked that Marcus's only extravagance was silence. That silence concealed an itch. He had entered finance with the lingering belief that markets rewarded merit alone. Yet each week he watched lesser talents grow rich off accidental windfalls, tips traded over oysters, deals sealed by golf handicaps. Marcus told himself he deserved a shortcut of his own, something tidy, victimless, and surgical. The idea took form one winter night when an American acquaintance, Daniel Reeve, called from New York. Daniel had once clerked beside Marcus at a Chicago exchange. Now he worked in investor relations at Petrotel, a mid-tier telecom rumored to be courting European buyers. Their conversation drifted from weather to family and, finally, to Petrotel's cash-heavy balance sheet. Daniel hinted that a strategic review was underway. Marcus pressed for nothing explicit, but when Daniel sighed and muttered, "Next quarter is going to surprise the street," the words settled like wet cement. Marcus thanked him, hung up, and stared at the river lights below, already picturing the trades. He began small, buying Petrotel bonds, then layering on credit default swaps priced as though the company's debt were about to jump in value. 2 weeks later, Petrotel announced exploratory talks with a French conglomerate. The bonds spiked. Marcus unwound his position in minutes, pocketing roughly £220,000. He told himself it was a one-off repayment for years of underappreciated diligence. Yet Daniel kept calling, usually past midnight London time, his voice cushioned by whiskey and office air conditioning. Each tip sounded half confession, half plea for affirmation. Marcus reciprocated with flattery, listening carefully, noting dates and board agendas, then placing trades slim enough to dodge the market's radar but fat enough to fund quiet luxuries. He upgraded to a 2-bed flat overlooking Street Catherine Docks, paid cash for a vintage Omega watch, and sent anonymous donations to a children's hospital so the money felt altruistic. The circle remained 2 men until August 2008. Global markets were skittish, banks suspicious, and Petrotel's acquisition saga dragged on. Marcus worried the well might dry. He extended an overture to Neela Sharma, a junior research analyst seated 3 desks away. Neela had studied with Daniel at Columbia and still traded gossip by email. Marcus invited her for coffee, praising her report on Spectrum auctions. Over lattes, he dangled the promise of exclusive insight into bond flows if she reciprocated with color on upcoming press releases. Flattered, Neela agreed, unaware that Marcus funneled every scrap back to Daniel, earning still deeper disclosure in return. The trio's information carousel whirred through autumn. Marcus structured trades through offshore accounts in Jersey, layering ownership behind shell partnerships with names lifted from literature, Prospero Holdings, Ariel Finance, Caliban Ventures, believing the flourish itself provided camouflage. Compliance reviews ticked boxes and moved on. No one questioned the sudden swell in trading fees because revenue was scarce that year and senior managers craved bright spots. Unraveling began, ironically, with Marcus's devotion to routine. Each night at 12:03 a.m. London time, he called Daniel's Manhattan office line. The timestamp rarely varied. 6 calls in December were captured by a server upgrade at Petrotel that archived metadata for the first time. A junior IT technician flagging abnormal after-hours activity forwarded the pattern to the general counsel, who noted the coincidence of Marcus's calls and large derivative positions originating from a Jersey fund. Outside counsel advised silence while compiling a dossier. In February 2009, Petrotel officially accepted the French takeover bid. The stock soared, the bonds achieved investment grade overnight, and Marcus exited his positions with a final windfall of £4.8 million. He celebrated with an early morning run along the Thames, feeling lighter than at any point in his adult life. 2 hours later, still flushed with endorphins, he reached the trading floor to find 3 stern visitors waiting: a representative from the Financial Services Authority, an investigator from the Serious Fraud Office, and Barclay and Finch's head of compliance. They escorted him to a side room whose frosted glass muted the floor's nervous hum. They began with pleasantries, then displayed a printout of call logs highlighted in yellow. Next came trading records from Prospero Holdings, overlaid against each disclosure Daniel filed at Petrotel. The synchronicity was brutal in its symmetry. Marcus requested water, buying seconds to calculate odds. He considered denying everything, then saw Neela's name on a second folder and felt the moral weight shift. He asked whether she was implicated. They told him she sat in another room at that very moment, offering her statement. Marcus cooperated, perhaps out of vanity, perhaps to shield the junior analyst whose only sin had been coffee with the wrong mentor. He explained the scheme, the timing, the shells, the midnight calls. Over 2 days of taped depositions, he dissected his own deceit with the same measured diction he once used to quote bond spreads. In exchange, the prosecutors recommended a reduced sentence. He received 30 months and a lifetime ban from trading in the United Kingdom. Daniel faced a longer term in the United States, where the Securities and Exchange Commission paraded the case as proof that transatlantic whispers leave digital echoes. Neela lost her job but escaped prosecution, her cooperation credited. In prison, Marcus volunteered for literacy tutoring, finding strange comfort in teaching fractions to men who would never touch an option contract. When he spoke at sentencing, he quoted Graham Greene, "There is a splinter of ice in the heart of a writer." He replaced writer with traitor, then apologized to the court for believing the splinter was a strategy rather than a warning. On release, he moved to a small coastal town, living on what remained after forfeiture. Enough for quiet, not enough for pride. And he runs along the seawall each dawn, the wind loud enough to drown any phone that might ring at midnight. From Biscayne Bay, the Mirage Towers look like any other slice of Miami's skyline. Twin glass columns, sunset catching their mirrored faces, a pleasant anonymity among the cranes. Suite 1704, a 2-bedroom corner unit with a wraparound balcony, was the jewel of those towers, though no one in the building's management office knew quite why it changed hands so often. Between 2009 and 2018, title records show the condo sold 22 times. 19 of those deeds bore the poised signature of one man, Victor Vic Serrano. Vic trafficked in charm the way other brokers traffic in comps. Mid-40s, salt and pepper stubble, and linen jackets that smelled faintly of bergamot. He moved through open houses as if the air parted for him. His business card carried the slogan "Your key to coastal living," italicized above a small gold palm tree. Clients said he remembered their children's birthdays, their dogs' names, the wine they'd served him during viewings. He used that memory like a skeleton key on locked wallets. The scheme began after the 2008 crash crippled Miami real estate. Banks, paralyzed by bad loans, auctioned half-built projects to whoever dared bid. Mirage Towers sat 60% vacant. Suite 1704 belonged to Southern Meridian Bank, a Tennessee lender desperate to wipe Florida from its books. Vic approached them with a cash offer using a newly formed LLC, Coral Reef Holdings. Capitalized with $160,000 he coaxed from 3 small investors. He told them the condo would flip within 6 months. Easy double, maybe triple. In truth, he intended never to let go. Vic discovered a quiet loophole in local title processing. When an LLC bought property, Miami-Dade recorded the deed but rarely scrutinized the equity structure behind the company, treating any filed operating agreement as gospel. Vic exploited that opacity. Each time he sold 1704, he didn't convey the condo itself. He conveyed the LLC that owned it. New investors believed they now possessed waterfront real estate. In reality, they held membership units in a paper entity whose sole asset was already pledged as collateral for private loans Vic used to finance new ventures, vacant lots, renovation bills, and eventually his own lifestyle. He staged the condo anew for every client. Scandinavian minimalism for Brooklyn tech couples, chrome and leather for hedge fund weekenders, nautical blues for retirees craving the sea. Photogenic, perpetually immaculate, the unit looked unlived in because it was. Vic never rented it out. He needed it pristine, a rotating stage set frozen in escrow limbo. With each transfer, a fresh appraisal, commissioned by Vic's favorite independent valuer. nudged the price upward, $410,000, then $465,000, crossing $600,000 by 2016, even as comparable units lagged behind. The illusion of momentum lured more capital. The condo's perceived liquidity became its own advertisement. Paperwork flowed through a title company 2 blocks from Vic's office. The closer, a semi-retired attorney named Harold Duvall, trusted Vic because Vic brought repeat business. Harold's assistant stamped the LLC amendments, wired the funds, issued owner's title policies without ever inspecting the underlying loan stack. Layer by layer, liens multiplied. First a $150,000 bridge loan against Coral Reef Holdings, then a mezzanine note, then a line of credit Vic masked as renovation reserve. Each instrument used 1704 as security. By the 15th sale, the condo was collateral for $3.9 million, 5 times its real value. What kept the carousel spinning was Vic's punctuality. Interest coupons arrived on the dot, wired from a revolving pool of new investor money. No one asked how returns stayed so steady. South Florida was an optimism factory, and Vic played maestro. He hosted champagne closings on the balcony at dusk, pelicans skimming the bay beneath. Buyers left with embossed folders, a bouquet of tropical flowers, and the warm certainty of prime real estate safely tucked in a corporate wrapper. Trouble crept in by way of a bored junior examiner at Gulf Horizon Bank, which had purchased one of the mezzanine notes from a private lender. Tasked with digitizing legacy paperwork, she noticed the same parcel ID appearing as collateral on multiple unrelated loans. Intrigued, she traced the chain of assignments and saw that each lien listed a different current owner LLC, yet all LLCs shared the same registered agent, Victor Serrano. She flagged the anomaly to the bank's risk officer, who quietly ordered an outside audit. Forensic accountants arrived with laptops and portable scanners. In 2 weeks, they reconstructed a flowchart of shell entities spiraling from Coral Reef Holdings like coral polyps. Money entered through subscription agreements, skimmed into Vic's personal accounts labeled consulting fees, then surfaced as interest payments to earlier investors. Classic Ponzi geometry, draped in real estate jargon. The auditors alerted the FBI's Miami field office, Economic Crimes Unit. Agents chose a humid Wednesday in July 2019 to visit Mirage Towers. They found Vic hosting yet another sunset closing. Prospective buyer number 23, a neurosurgeon from Atlanta. The agents waited until the champagne popped, then stepped onto the balcony, badges out. Vic's practiced smile held for a heartbeat before slipping, like a porch light dying. He surrendered quietly, offering pleasantries, as if manners might insulate him. Indictment followed for wire fraud, bank fraud, and aggravated identity theft. He'd forged signatures on at least 6 operating agreements. At trial, prosecutors laid out spreadsheets where inflows and outflows danced an elegant but damning waltz. Investors testified they never saw rent rolls, never demanded independent appraisals. One wept, describing retirement funds scraped over decades. Vic listened, face impassive, tapping one polished shoe in a rhythm no one else heard. The defense argued Miami real estate was inherently risky, that Vic intended to develop a boutique rental portfolio derailed by market headwinds. The jury, unmoved, deliberated 4 hours. Conviction on all counts delivered a 12-year sentence. In his final address, Vic spoke softly. "I sold possibility, and I believed in it myself, right up until tonight." The judge replied that belief is no substitute for balance sheets. Mirage Tower still stands. Suite 1704 finally sold at a foreclosure auction for $320,000. Unfurnished, its balcony stripped of orchids and champagne flutes. The new owners, a retired couple from Ohio, know little of its past. They placed a small ceramic plaque by the door, Home is where the tide meets the sky. Occasionally, longtime residents ride the elevator with them, remembering Vic Serrano's linen jackets and flawless memory, and wonder how many dreams fit inside a single corner condo before the walls themselves learn to lie. Lewis Porter swept into office as mayor of Brookvale, Ohio, in November 2010 on a promise to put potholes behind us. The mid-sized factory town, ringed by crumbling asphalt, loved the slogan. Porter, tall and silver-haired, looked made for ribbon cuttings. He posed in a neon safety vest beside road crews, scolding previous administrations for neglect. No one cared that he'd spent most of his career selling heavy equipment rather than writing policy. He spoke the language of resurfacing, aggregate grades, binder temps, convincing residents he was the only candidate who could smooth 40 miles of cracked streets before the next brutal winter. Behind the scenes, Porter's campaign debt lingered like a slow leak. He owed printers, canvassing apps, fuel cards, and, most pressingly, his childhood friend Kurt DeLuca, owner of Tri-State Asphalt Solutions. Kurt had fronted $140,000 in last-minute ads that tipped the race. He called it a loan. Porter called it an investment. The repayment plan began within days of the inauguration. Brookvale's charter lets a mayor declare a maintenance emergency after filing a single memo with City Council. Porter did so on January 3, 2011, citing unforeseen structural degradation. The declaration waived competitive bidding for 6 months. Most council members skimmed the memo, grateful to avoid angry calls about suspension jarring potholes. 2 weeks later, the first no-bid contract, $3.8 million, landed in Kurt's inbox. City engineers protested quietly that Tri-State's unit prices ran 18% above the region's average. Porter waved them off, promising economies of scale. During construction season, fresh asphalt rolled out like black velvet. Residents applauded the mayor's Facebook videos. Drone footage of smooth arteries glistening at dawn, the state flag superimposed in the corner. Porter's approval rating hit 74%. At dusk, he changed from reflective vest to tailored blazer and drove his leased Mercedes to Kurt's lake house, where envelopes slid across mahogany tables. Kurt labeled them consulting fees. $9,000 here, $12,000 there. Always just under the $10,000 trigger for CTR banking reports. Porter tucked the cash into a safe in his basement, later filtering it through personal LLCs he claims sold municipal strategy workshops. The racket might have ended as a provincial footnote, but Porter's ambition ballooned with each resurfaced mile. By 2013, he pitched a $52 million downtown revitalization. Brick promenades, LED street lamps, and a new performing arts center. Council balked. Porter countered by commissioning a feasibility study. $210,000, awarded again to Tri-State, which, on paper, now offered urban design consultancy. The study, predictably glowing, urged immediate groundbreaking. Enter Jasmine Law, a 28-year-old reporter at the Brookvale Herald. Fresh from a data journalism fellowship, she sifted campaign finance disclosures for a retrospective on local elections. Jasmine spotted identical $9,450 consulting checks flowing from Tri-State to 3-pack supporting Porter, payments dated exactly 1 week after every municipal disbursement to Tri-State. Curious, she requested the mayor's travel logs and found first-class flights to Las Vegas, billed as conferences yet coinciding with Kurt's bachelor party. Jasmine's editor cautioned her, "Tread lightly, libel laws are expensive." She persisted, filing public records requests for invoices, purchasing cards, and, crucially, asphalt thickness tests. One lab report revealed Tri-State's resurfacing layer averaged 1.5 inches, though the contract required 2. On paper, Brookvale had paid for streets that would crumble 2 winters early. While Jasmine built her story, another threat emerged. The state's Office of Inspector General received an anonymous envelope, a USB drive stuffed with internal emails between Porter and Kurt. The whistleblower was never named, but investigators later hinted at a city engineer disgusted by shortcuts. The emails were brazen. Porter jokes about kicking more gravel our way. Kurt replies with laughing emojis and a photo of a new speedboat captioned "Thanks, buddy." In April 2014, just after sunrise, unmarked SUVs rolled into City Hall's rear lot. Agents from the FBI's Public Corruption Squad carried boxes labeled Brookvale Asphalt Inquiry. They seized hard drives, council minutes, even Porter's framed shovel from the groundbreaking. Staff watched speechless as the mayor, still wearing his commemorative high-vis jacket, was led downstairs for questioning. The news rippled out before lunchtime. Jasmine's expose hit the Herald's website moments later. Its headline measured yet lethal: potholes, payoffs, and the price of smooth roads. By evening, regional TV trucks ringed City Hall. Residents interviewed on sidewalks spoke more in sorrow than anger. Some admitted they loved the new streets but hated feeling conned. Indictment followed swiftly. Honest Services wire fraud, bribery, money laundering, and falsification of public documents. Kurt faced parallel charges for graft and overbilling. Prosecutors tallied $6.7 million in inflated invoices and $950,000 in kickbacks. Tiny by federal standards, yet colossal for a town of 58,000. At trial, Porter's defense framed him as an overzealous reformer trapped by accounting complexities. They produced glossy before and after photos, touting lower car repair claims since resurfacing. Prosecutor Angela Cho dismantled the narrative with patient clarity. She displayed thermal scans of Porter's bank safe, timestamps on Lake Erie resort security cams, tax returns showing his consulting LLC reporting strategic insights to exactly one client, Tri-State Asphalt Solutions. The jury deliberated just 6 hours. Guilty on all counts. Sentencing day filled the courthouse with curious schoolchildren and retirees clutching folding chairs. Porter, once the picture of civic charisma, looked diminished in baggy khakis and county-issue loafers. The judge addressed him softly. "You promised to pave roads, Mr. Mayor. Instead, you paved a personal highway to greed." Porter received 8 years in federal prison. Kurt got 6 after cooperating late. Brookvale entered state oversight, pausing capital projects while auditors recalculated every mile of asphalt. Repairs began anew, this time supervised by an independent engineer and a citizens' advisory board chaired by none other than Jasmine Law. On her first night overseeing field samples, Jasmine knelt beside a fresh core and measured exactly 2 inches. Lights from a squad car washed the pavement blue as she logged the reading. The town streets lay quiet, smooth, and, at last, honestly paid for. Julian Hart joined Midland's Health Network in Minneapolis during the snowy January of 2012, hired to maintain the hospital system's aging Oracle payroll database. He was 31, lanky, slightly stooped from years at a keyboard, and spoke in short, precise bursts. Syntax formed his comfort zone. Executives liked him because he never used tech jargon at board meetings. Nurses liked him because he fixed badge scanner glitches at 3 in the morning without complaint. In a world where IT staff often arrived with fanfare and left finger-pointing, Julian faded pleasantly into the background. During quarterly town halls, however, he watched CFOs praise record revenues while announcing another temporary wage freeze for non-clinical staff. Julian earned $72,000, respectable but static. Meanwhile, freshly hired consultants billed $300 an hour to install modules he already knew better than they did. Resentment calcified into curiosity. How hard would it be to direct a slice of the billion-dollar payroll toward someone more deserving, namely him, without anyone noticing? The idea sharpened one night in 2014, when he stumbled upon a forgotten user table labeled archive_term_2008. Inside slept thousands of former employees, orderlies, receptionists, part-time paramedics. Most entries still carried valid social security numbers, addresses, and pay grades. Julian wrote a simple PL/SQL script to reactivate one record, Fayetta L. Johnson, dietary aide, terminated March 17, 2009, but changed her bank routing to a prepaid debit account he opened under a Wyoming LLC called Northern Aurora Services. He scheduled Fayetta for 24 hours of weekly work at $14.90 an hour, just below overtime thresholds. After 2 pay cycles, totaling $715 net, a green debit card arrived at Julian's apartment mailbox. The hospital's books balanced. No one complained. No red flags appeared. Greed, like software, iterates. Julian refined the script, weaving a logic loop he named Spectre_Run. Every second Friday, Spectre_Run picked a handful of archived employees with low pay grades, reactivated them for one cycle, and then auto-terminated them again, leaving human resources dashboards clean. Deposits routed to an array of fintech checking accounts tied to fresh LLCs, Polar Meridian Consulting, Glacier Spirit Logistics, and others whose names sounded too dull to invite scrutiny. Each ghost earned between $600 and $1,100 per check. Spread across a $38 million biweekly payroll, the siphon registered as a rounding error 0.37% at peak. Julian avoided flashy spending. He still drove his dented Civic, still brought microwave dumplings for lunch. The stolen funds, roughly $18,000 a month, flowed into index ETFs and, later, a cautious stake in Bitcoin when it traded near $400. He convinced himself this wasn't theft so much as rebalancing incentives. Nurses overstretched, coders underpaid. He was merely correcting an equation upper management ignored. Mid-2017 introduced an unexpected variable. Midlands hired Lois Becker as Director of Internal Audit. Formerly with Deloitte's forensic unit, Lois believed data told stories if one asked the right questions. Her first project involved reconciling W-2 counts against active headcount reports. The numbers misaligned, 8,622 W-2s issued, but only 8,393 employees on December 31st. A gap of 229 forms seemed small, yet odd. She requested a random sample. Within hours she spotted a pattern. The extra names clustered in lower pay bands and exhibited zero withholdings for health insurance or retirement. Ghosts? She mused, or perhaps contract temps. Lois pulled termination dates. Many employees appeared to have left years ago, only to reemerge for 1 or 2 pay cycles, then vanish. She drafted a memo to HR, copying Julian as database liaison, asking for audit logs and password histories tied to each reactivation. Julian felt the chill immediately. He crafted a reply blaming an archival flag glitch, introduced by a vendor patch. Lois asked for vendor contact details. Julian promised to circle back. That weekend he drove to a Duluth cabin he'd quietly purchased with crypto gains. Inside, he rewrote Spectre_Run to erase itself after the next execution, then wiped Shell LLC bank accounts, funneling balances into Monero to sever traceability. He considered quitting, yet resigning suddenly would scream guilt. Instead, he planned an orderly exit, purge the ghosts, transfer his legitimate 401k, and accept a job offer he'd nurtured at a medical software startup in Austin. Lois accelerated faster. She placed a help desk ticket demanding full server logs the following Monday. Julian intercepted it at 8:13 a.m., but before he could tamper, the system blocked his admin credentials. Lois had involved cybersecurity, who locked down root access. At 10:02 a.m. Julian was summoned to Conference Room D, where Lois sat flanked by the hospital's general counsel and 2 agents from the U.S. Secret Service's Minneapolis field office, Electronic Crimes Task Force. The agents asked whether he preferred water or coffee. He chose neither. They presented a timeline, 312 ghost activations over 3 years, $1.9 million diverted, IP addresses resolving to Julian's workstation, and security badge logs showing late-night entries on payroll-run evenings. Julian's face remained expressionless until Lois produced his own script, printed and highlighted. She tapped the file name, Spectre sequel, and said, almost gently, "This is elegant work, Julian, but it's still theft." Confronted with irrefutable data, Julian cooperated. He unlocked crypto wallets, guided investigators to cloud backups, and drafted an apology acknowledging the breach of trust. His cooperation shaved potential decades off his sentence, yet federal guidelines for wire fraud and aggravated identity theft remained harsh. In March 2019, the judge imposed 46 months in prison, noting the absence of lavish personal enrichment but emphasizing the slow hemorrhage of institutional funds meant for patient care. Midlands Health Network spent $2.4 million on new payroll controls, multi-factor authentication, anomaly detection algorithms, quarterly external audits. Nurses joked the hospital finally invested in tech once someone robbed them with it. Lois Becker was promoted to Chief Risk Officer, her diligence hailed at shareholder meetings. Julian now teaches basic coding to inmates at a low-security federal facility in Sandstone, Minnesota. He earns 14 cents an hour, a wage he once would have considered insultingly low. On quiet evenings, he sketches software designs on yellow legal pads, ideas that may never compile. The Spectre_on logic, once his private masterpiece, floats in his memory like a ghost of what ambition can build when ethics fall silent. When Horizon Nanotech moved its headquarters from Turin to Rotterdam in the spring of 2017, the press releases celebrated a bold new leadership team. At the top of every announcement sat a name no journalist recognized: Dr. Alessio Marchetti, Ph.D., MBA, Uring, complete with a soft-focus headshot of a tan man in tortoiseshell glasses. Industry outlets dutifully reprinted the bio. Ex-CERN researcher, Stanford Business Fellow, fluent in 5 languages, champion sailor. Yet no one could recall interviewing him, seeing him on a panel, or even connecting on LinkedIn. In Europe's tight nanomaterial circle, this was curious but not alarming. Startups often surfaced from stealth mode led by prodigies who preferred labs to limelight. Inside Horizon's glassy new offices, the CEO's suite stayed perpetually dark. Staff attributed the absence to non-stop travel, fundraising in Zurich, procurement in Shenzhen, regulatory meetings in Brussels. His instructions arrived by encrypted email, always courteous, always precise. He approved budgets within minutes, corrected technical proposals down to micron tolerances, and dispatched motivational notes that quoted Marcus Aurelius in Italian. Department heads basked in the responsiveness, contrasting it with the slow-motion bureaucracy of their previous conglomerate employers. 2 people, however, grew uneasy. First was Laura Koopman, a junior HR specialist assigned to finalize Dr. Marchetti's Dutch work permit. Repeated requests for an in-person passport scan were met with polite deferrals and high-resolution PDFs. The second was Olaf Janssen, Horizon's newly hired controller, who noticed the CEO's digital signature authorizing large advance payments to unfamiliar vendors. Euro 480,000 to Titansies Consulting, 310,000 euros to Blue Horizon IP Holdings, 275,000 euros to Ethon Advisory. Each invoice referenced strategic acceleration services, but lacked deliverables. Olaf flagged the pattern in a memo to CFO Martin Willems, who brushed it off as standard founder relationships. Horizon seemed to thrive. Revenue projections quadrupled on the promise of a breakthrough battery membrane. Venture capital flowed, 42 million euros in Series B, then a 15 million euro bridge round. Investors praised the Marchetti vision and circulated the same photograph in pitch decks. Yet when a German trade magazine requested a factory tour and on-camera interview, Dr. Marchetti's office suggested a rain check due to patent filing sensitivities. Months stretched. The rain never cleared. Lara finally pushed. Immigration authorities required original documents by March 2019. She emailed the CEO, CCING legal counsel, warning that noncompliance risked fines. The reply arrived at 2:07 a.m. "I will be in Rotterdam next week. Let us meet then." She booked a conference room, alerted reception, and waited nervously on the appointed day. Noon approached, then 2, then 5. No visitor badge issued, no phone call, just silence. That evening, Lara discovered her access to the HR database had been downgraded from edit to read-only. Meanwhile, Olaf drilled deeper into the vendor payments. He traced Titanses Consulting's Chamber of Commerce record to a mailbox in Malta. Blue Horizon listed a director with an address matching a co-working space in Tallinn. All three entities shared the same Swiss IBAN prefix. Olaf confronted the CFO again, armed with spreadsheets. Willem sighed, closed his office door, and admitted he'd never met Dr. Marchetti either. "But the board has," he said. "They recruited him." That statement unraveled within days. Board chairwoman Elizabeth Reiter confirmed via speakerphone that her interviews with Marchetti took place on Zoom. Video off, due to poor bandwidth while he was in rural China. She possessed no passport copy, only a notarized letter attesting to his credentials, signed in Zurich. When pressed, she realized she had never verified the notary's authenticity. Pressure built like a slow leak. Lara's immigration deadline passed, triggering a government audit. Olaf's vendor memo escalated to external auditors from KPMG, who demanded face-to-face verification of the CEO under anti-money laundering statutes. Emails to Marchetti bounced with an automated message: "Server undergoing maintenance." Phone calls routed to voicemail in Italian. The board convened an emergency session, dialing every number they had. No one answered. KPMG's forensic team imaged company servers. Within 48 hours, they revealed that all emails from the CEO originated from 2 static IP addresses in a dorm-style apartment complex on the outskirts of Milan. Cross-checks with telecom data showed the subscriber name: Giorgio Bianchi, age 51, a freelance technical translator with a minor fraud conviction from 2008. Investigators raided the apartment at dawn. Inside, they found 3 laptops, a green screen backdrop, professional lighting, and a folder of stock photo headshots, including the one used for Dr. Marchetti. Bianchi confessed with unsettling calm. He had answered a darknet ad titled "Corporate Roleplay Opportunity, Italian Native Preferred." The recruiter paid €5,000 a month to masquerade as a pan-European executive, drafting emails from templates and signing documents generated by an AI language model. He never suspected the scale. They said it was a performance art investment project. He provided login credentials to an encrypted ProtonMail account that contained thousands of CEO emails. Many CCING someone called Stratos. No surname, no contact details, just a single reply to alias: stratos@protonmail.com. Law enforcement traced the Swiss bank transfers to a layered cascade of shell companies ending in Belize. Funds by then totaled €22.4 million, nearly half Horizon's raised capital. Withdrawn in cryptocurrency weeks before the Milan raid, Stratos vanished from all online channels, leaving only a throwaway note in the ProtonMail drafts folder. Artifact complete. Exiting. Horizon Nanotech imploded. Payroll halted. Suppliers demanded cash. The Dutch Economic Crimes Unit sealed servers pending seizure. Employees gathered in the cafeteria, stunned that the charismatic, omnipresent CEO had been nothing more than a well-crafted phantom. One engineer whispered, "We took orders from a JPEG." In court filings, prosecutors described the scam as executive-level identity fabrication. a twist on classic CEO fraud where perpetrators usually spoof emails for quick wire transfers. Here, the imposter was the CEO, installed long enough to bleed the company dry. Giorgio Bianchi accepted a 5-year sentence for wire fraud and identity theft, reduced for cooperation. The mastermind behind Stratos remains unidentified. Europol lists the case as active but cold. Olaf now consults on internal control design, warning startups that charisma in absentia is the ultimate red flag. Lara switched to a non-profit clinic, where every new hire must present physical ID, in person, no exceptions. In Rotterdam, Horizon's empty offices still display the etched glass door reading Dr. Alessio Marchetti, Chief Executive Officer. Cleaners pass by each evening, wiping fingerprints that were never his on a nameplate that belonged to nobody at all. Daniel Ashcroft joined Meridian Sovereign Bank's Zurich branch in 2010, hired to oversee European credit default swap strategy. He was 34, impeccably polite, and quietly obsessed with tail risk charts. Colleagues admired the way he spoke about macro shocks as if describing distant storms, never emotional, always precise. He signed trades with a looping flourish that back-office clerks began calling the sleepy infinity. Meridian Sovereign's balance sheet glittered in annual reports, yet Daniel saw strain hiding beneath leverage ratios. The bank had stuffed short-term commercial paper into long-dated mortgage funds, relying on perpetual rollovers that worked only in tranquil markets. Senior executives dismissed concerns, quoting the AAA rating like scripture. Daniel, too junior to argue in meetings, quietly opened a new tab on his Bloomberg terminal and began charting 1-month funding spreads against the bank's internal liquidity buffer. The lines diverged every week. During a conference in Barcelona, he met Phoebe Leroux, an analyst at a Connecticut hedge fund called Northstar Capital. They talked over espresso about Basel III quirks. She scribbled her email on a hotel napkin. Months later, when Julius Baer refused to renew a €300 million repo line to Meridian without a punitive rate, Daniel thought of that napkin. He wrote Phoebe an innocuous note, "Curious how you model rollover risk," and attached a public presentation slide showing Meridian's exposure to floating-rate mortgages. The exchange escalated into midnight phone calls. Daniel never transmitted confidential files. Instead, he offered breadcrumbs, subtly altered funding numbers, offhand remarks about delayed asset sales. Phoebe, skilled at inference, reconstructed the bigger picture and began shorting Meridian's subordinated bonds. Daniel watched the spreads widen, feeling both vindicated and invisible. Greed entered on tiptoe. Phoebe hinted Northstar would carve out a private side pocket if someone extraordinary could guide position timing. She promised 20% of the profits wired to a Monaco trust. Daniel hesitated exactly 1 weekend, then created an offshore entity named Cormoran Advisors, registering with a Seychelles agent who asked no questions. He sent Phoebe a list of 3 dates when he believed the bank's liquidity strain would crest. Month-end periods linked to corporate tax payments. In return, she wired €75,000 as a research retainer. With that payment, the partnership solidified. Daniel learned to conceal clues within innocuous market commentary. "Watch the 1-month Swissy this Friday" actually meant internal funding committee meeting. Expect term premium spike. Northstar amplified shorts, layering credit default swaps that ballooned if Meridian's 5-year senior debt spread hit 200 basis points. Daniel, through Cormorant, piggybacked on smaller contracts executed from a tablet inside his walk-in closet, the only room without security cameras from the building's landlord. In March 2013, an Italian regional bank collapsed, rattling European funding markets. Meridian's commercial paper auction failed. The bank tapped an emergency Swiss national bank line. The news stayed internal, but Daniel leaked a single sentence to Phoebe. "The snowfall has reached the attic." Northstar hammered the CDS market. Within 48 hours, Meridian's subordinated bonds fell 6 cents. Daniel's personal profit, channeled through Barbados and then into a Singapore brokerage, crossed 1.4 million euros. He treated himself to a used 1969 Omega Speedmaster, nothing else. Trouble began with a compliance officer named Hannes Vogel, tasked with reviewing personal trading disclosures. Meridian required senior traders to list outside accounts. Daniel dutifully reported a small Swiss pension plan, omitting Cormorant. Vogel ran new KYC software that scraped global beneficial ownership registries. A partial name match surfaced, D. Ashcroft, connected to Cormorant advisors, filing signed by a proxy lawyer. Vogel emailed Daniel a courtesy reminder, "Please confirm you have no other investment vehicles." Daniel, heart racing, replied that it was surely a different Ashcroft. Vogel remained unconvinced. He forwarded the query to Group Compliance in London, which engaged Deloitte's forensic team. Deloitte compared Cormorant's CDS trades with Meridian's internal liquidity memos downloaded by Daniel's ID badge. Correlation exceeded 0.9 for 6 distinct announcements, statistically impossible by chance. They quietly notified Switzerland's financial watchdog, FINMA, and the US SEC, since Northstar traded in dollars. The arrest came softly. On a mild September morning in 2014, Daniel entered the bank's atrium, admiring the reflection of alpine peaks on the marble floor, and was greeted by 2 men in dark suits who asked for a quick word. They rode the elevator to a windowless compliance suite, where Vogel, a FINMA lawyer, and an SEC investigator waited beside a stack of printed emails topped by the Barcelona napkin. Confronted, Daniel confessed in a low monotone, as if reciting an audit checklist. He explained the liquidity mismatch, the ignored warnings, the ethical knot that turned to sabotage. His cooperation secured a plea deal, 30 months in Swiss prison for industrial espionage and insider trading, plus a permanent trading ban. The Speedmaster was seized. The Singapore account forfeited. Northstar paid a $110 million fine, and Phoebe accepted a 5-year sentence in U.S. federal court. Meridian Sovereign survived, barely, after a forced capital raise and humiliating downgrade. In annual reports, the liquidity table now spans 2 pages. A footnote references historical governance failures addressed in 2014. Daniel's name appears nowhere, yet traders refer to unexpected bond sell-offs as Ashcroft shadows. From his cell overlooking Lake Luzerne, Daniel tutors fellow inmates in basic finance. He writes risk essays for an ethics journal under a pseudonym, arguing that silence inside institutions is the most expensive asset of all, a commodity he once sold against his own signature until the market inevitably called it back. When Helping Hands International moved its headquarters from Baltimore to Washington, D.C. in 2014, donors welcomed the upgrade. A polished office near DuPont Circle felt worthy of a nonprofit that airlifted medical kits into disaster zones. At ribbon cutting, board members thanked one man above all, William Bill Hazelton, the newly hired chief financial officer. Bill appeared born for donor dinners, tall, silver-templed, a gentle laugh that blended into clinking glassware. Reporters noted how easily he translated spreadsheet jargon into human stories. The press dubbed him the CFO with a heart. Bill's first accomplishment was speed. Within 6 months, he claimed to have untangled a backlog of restricted grants, releasing $12 million toward field hospitals in South Sudan and portable dialysis units for Haiti. Program directors, long hobbled by red tape, praised him. He answered emails at 2 a.m., approved per diems in minutes, and occasionally wired extra funds to field offices to keep momentum. Nobody questioned the urgency. Suffering never waits. His second accomplishment lay buried in the general ledger. While migrating the charity from QuickBooks to a cloud ERP, Bill introduced a shell entity called Bethesda Procurement Partners. On paper, it sourced syringes, solar refrigerators, and satellite phones. In reality, it had one mailbox, Suite 812 of a suburban co-working space, and one bank account routing to Bill's trust in Delaware. The trick wasn't eccentric. Plenty of NGOs use third-party procurement to speed customs clearance. Bill simply skipped the third party and kept the markup. The sum started small, $18,400 on a shipment of blood typing kits, then $42,000 for field-deployable IT routers. Bills arrived on Bethesda letterhead, paid promptly by accounts payable because Bill had written the new purchasing policy himself. Overhead codes masked the expense inside medical consumables other, a bucket auditors rarely sampled. Each quarter Bill rounded the markup figure up or down so the totals ended in zeros. Clean numbers soothe anxious boards. In 2017, Hurricane Maria ravaged Puerto Rico. Helping Hands pledged $25 million for generators and water purification tablets. Bill worked the phones non-stop, telling journalists he lived on caffeine and gratitude. He also created two new vendors, Carolina Relief Logistics and Horizon Freight Solutions, both essentially Bethesda with fresh logos. As pallets rolled across the Caribbean, Bill looped invoices through the triad of shells, pulling triple margins before the charity ever saw an expense line. By spring 2018, his private take neared $6.3 million. Bill's life remained modest. He kept the same Subaru Outback, still vacationed at an aunt's cottage on Chesapeake Bay, wore bargain rack Oxford shirts. The stolen money went into municipal bond ladders and an index fund labeled Son's Tuition. He convinced himself it was a temporary advance. He would pay it back when donations surged. In late 2019, the board appointed a new audit chair, Dr. Meera Patel, a pediatric surgeon with war-zone experience and a stubborn knack for details. Meera disliked how expense memos summarized entire shipments in one-line item. She asked to see underlying bills of lading. Bill smiled, promised PDFs, then blamed an overseas server crash. Meera waited a week, then filed a direct request with the freight forwarder Helping Hands used during Maria. The forwarder replied, they had never heard of Carolina Relief Logistics. Alarmed, Meera hired Grant Thornton for a targeted controls review. Two forensic accountants camped in an unused conference room, cloning hard drives after hours. Within days, they found a pattern of consecutive vendor numbers, Bethesda, Carolina, Horizon, each set up from the same IP address, Bill's office desktop. More troubling, several South Sudan wire transfers never arrived. Field surgeons had purchased gauze and antibiotics in street markets on credit, assuming HQ would reimburse them later. The board confronted Bill on a frigid February morning in 2020, snow frosting the office windows. He entered the room carrying a steaming travel mug adorned with the charity's logo. Meera began gently, Bill, we've discovered discrepancies. She slid a folder across the table, wire confirmations, shell company registries, notarized statements from shipping agents who didn't exist. Bill's knuckles whitened around the mug. When asked whether he wished to respond, he whispered, I can fix this. A sentence the room later recalled verbatim. The Justice Department moved quickly, citing donor fraud and money laundering statutes. Agents seized Bill's laptops, the co-working space mailbox, and for brokerage accounts holding $7.8 million in fairly dull securities. During plea negotiations, Bill returned every cent plus interest, insisting, I never touched a luxury, just wanted flexibility. Prosecutors countered that theft for any motive erodes the public's faith in giving. He received 5 years in federal prison, the minimum under guidelines after cooperation and restitution. Helping Hands launched a governance overhaul. Dual signature payment approvals, real-time grant dashboards, and a vendor creation committee led by Mira. They also published an open letter to donors admitting betrayal and outlining safeguards. Surprisingly, contributions rose the following year. Transparency, it seemed, was the best fundraising campaign they had never planned. Inside FCI Cumberland, Bill works in the facility library indexing medical textbooks. In downtime, he studies nonprofit finance law, drafting articles he hopes will warn future boards. Whether anyone will publish advice from an embezzling CFO is uncertain, but Bill writes anyway, convinced that redemption lives in footnotes and the careful audit of one's own motives. Mira sends him quarterly updates on donated surgical kits reaching South Sudan. Real shipments, real bills of lading, no shells in sight. Bill reads the updates slowly, almost gratefully. As if each invoice number closes a wound he opened with every too tidy zero that once felt like compassion. Stefan Adler arrived in Copenhagen's cleantech scene in 2011 like a gust off the Kattegat, fresh, brisk, full of promise. At 38, he possessed a resumed tune to Denmark's green zeitgeist. Masters in mechanical engineering from ETH Zurich, a stint at Vestas, and photographs of himself in orange safety gear atop nacelles at sunset. The photos traveled well in pitch decks for his new venture, Nordic Aurora Renewables. Adler's idea sparkled. Repower shut down coastal factories into micro wind farms feeding directly into municipal grids. He spoke in kilowatt hours, not euros, assuring mayors they could harvest their own weather. To investors, he offered something sweeter, 10% annual yield from power purchase agreements already in negotiation. A slender prospectus, printed on recycled hemp paper, listed 5 sites: Thyboron, Esbjerg, Sonderborg, Kolding, and Kalundborg. The cover showed turbines where, in reality, only rusting smokestacks stood. Seed money flowed, 8 million euros from a Hamburg family office, then 27 million euros pooled via Luxembourg SICA funds aimed at pensioners seeking ethical returns. Adler's charm helped. He conducted site tours in a leased Tesla, gesturing at seagull-flecked skylines while describing foundation depths and grid interconnects that existed solely in CAD mock-ups. Investors, dazzled by salt air and the political tailwind of EU climate targets, signed term sheets atop car bonnets without asking why no municipal permits were framed on his office wall. Nordic Aurora's headquarters occupied half a floor in a refurbished sugar silo overlooking Copenhagen Harbor. Staff numbered 13, civil engineers, an accountant, a lone receptionist named Freja who watered the lobby's fiddle leaf fig and tracked Adler's flights in a spreadsheet. The employees believed. After all, bank statements showed regular cash injections, and every Monday Adler distributed pastries still warm from a Nijhaven bakery. The scheme's engine was a special-purpose vehicle called NA Holding 4 APS. Through it, Adler sold convertible green bonds, each tranche tied to a specific turbine model. He promised completion milestones: foundation poured by Q3, tower erection by Q4, first rotational test before year-end. Bondholders received glossy quarterly updates, drone photos, progress bars, even maintenance schedules. All were fabricated in Lightroom by a graphic design intern who thought she was assembling marketing material for lenders. Money exiting the SPV traced a wandering path, first to Norskwind Consultants AS in Oslo, a shell with a blind P.O. box, then to Bluestone Marine Leasing in Malta, billed for underwater cabling vessels. From Malta, it landed in an ING account in the Netherlands under the name LYX Invest BV, Adler's private holding. He moved it again into a Liechtenstein foundation discreetly labeled SA Family Future Fund. His spending stayed low-key. A restored brick townhouse in Osterbro, vintage hi-fi equipment, annual sailing weekends to Skagen. What cracked the facade was not extravagance but a schedule slip. Thyboron's mayor, pressed by local journalists about turbine noise studies, wrote Nordic Aurora requesting environmental assessments. The letter, misaddressed, bounced back twice before Frege intercepted it and forwarded to Adler. He replied with airy assurances but set no meeting. The mayor, wary, copied the Danish Energy Agency. Simultaneously, senior engineer Rune Madsen noticed purchase orders for Siemens Gamesa tower sections dated months in the future yet already marked paid in full. Rune phoned the supplier, whose logistics officer politely said no such order existed. Disturbed, Rune confronted Adler in the glass-walled conference room. Adler listened, fingers steepled, then suggested Rune take stress leave. Rune resigned instead and shared his doubts with a classmate at Deloitte's Copenhagen forensic unit. Deloitte launched a discreet vendor validation exercise, posing as prospective investors. In a week, they discovered that Nordic Aurora's EPC contracts bore signatures of a German notary who had died in 2007. Deloitte compiled a memo and, adhering to EU whistleblower protocols, submitted it to the Danish public prosecutor for serious economic and international crime, the SIK, better known as Bagmanspolitiet. Agents initiated Operation Mall, Danish for windmill. They subpoenaed bank records, finding outward transfers totaling 49.6 million euros against inward investment of 51.3 million euros, nearly every euro rerouted. Crucially, grid connection guarantees Adler touted in presentations did not exist. Energinet, the Danish transmission operator, had never received applications for the 5 sites. On a gray October dawn in 2019, 2 unmarked Skoda wagons parked outside the sugar silo office. Adler arrived moments later, helmet in hand from a supposed site inspection. Inside the lobby, Frege offered the usual coffee. Instead, agents stepped forward, badges raised. Adler froze, eyes on the fiddle-leaf figure. During the search, investigators cloned laptops, seizing a DSLR whose memory card held hundreds of turbine photos. Metadata revealed they were shot outside a Spanish wind farm 1,800 kilometers away. In custody, Adler wavered between defiance and weary candor. He claimed he planned to catch up construction once a final 20 million euro bridge round closed, a classic Ponzi confession. Faced with routing number spreadsheets thicker than a maritime atlas, he signed a statement admitting misappropriation. Trial unfolded in the Frederiksberg courthouse, wood-paneled and smelling faintly of varnish. Pensioners traveled from Hamburg clutching bond certificates. A Kallenborg schoolteacher testified she invested classroom fundraising money earmarked for solar panels. Adler's defense argued the projects were temporarily delayed, blaming regulatory labyrinths and currency swings. Prosecutor Mette Lugge held up a map. These turbines live only in Mr. Adler's PowerPoint. The jury needed one day, guilty on counts of fraud, forgery, and money laundering. Sentence: 7 years, assets forfeited. Nordic Aurora dissolved. The sugar silo floor now hosts a biotech startup. The fiddle-leaf fig survives, tended by new interns unaware of its past. Denmark installed stricter due diligence rules for green bonds, requiring third-party verification of physical progress before capital release. Investors learned to distrust drone photos without GPS tags. From Nyborg State Prison, Adler writes proposals for renewable energy education programs, bartering expertise for reduced chores. He no longer speaks of harvestable weather. Instead, he tells visitors the wind is predictable only in one respect. It eventually changes direction, exposing everything left unanchored beneath. Elliot Grant arrived at Larchmont Securities 2 minutes before dawn, as the Thames still reflected the city's sodium glow. Newly hired as a junior analyst, he felt equal parts awe and dread while ascending the empty escalators of Canary Wharf. Larchmont's trading floor, 3 stories of glass, screens, and murmured forecasts, was whispered about in business schools as the place where fortunes appeared out of thin air. What no brochure mentioned was that the firm's real engine worked after sunset, in hushed phone calls and coded texts that never grazed a Bloomberg terminal. At the center of that undercurrent stood Victoria Havers, head of European mergers. She was in her mid-40s, with the posture of a dressage rider and a smile that rarely reached her eyes. Colleagues called her the Oracle, half in reverence, half in fear, because Victoria anticipated corporate takeovers with uncanny precision. When she recommended a client buy shares of a sleepy Dutch chemical maker, the company received a $6 billion acquisition offer a week later. When she hinted that a Spanish telecom giant looked overvalued, its shares plunged on rumors of accounting trouble none had yet reported. Elliot, assigned to Victoria's team, watched her work with almost childlike wonder. Late evenings, he delivered printouts to her corner office, where she sat alone, humming faintly, eyes fixed on nothing visible. One night, he risked a question. "How do you forecast events nobody else sees?" She lifted her gaze, amused. "There's always a whisper before the storm," she replied. "If you know which corridors carry sound." Elliot soon noticed irregularities. Victoria's instructions were oddly timed. By just before a regulatory filing, sell minutes before negative news. She used disposable prepaid phones, discarding one every fortnight. She never left a digital trail, instead giving orders aloud or on handwritten notes that she asked assistants to shred. At times, she invited Elliot to local wine bars where she spoke in parables. "People think markets are math," she'd say, twirling a Merlot. "But markets are gossip that learned to count." Into this atmosphere stepped Miles Calder, a mid-level investigator from the UK's Financial Conduct Authority, gray-haired, mild-mannered, almost forgettable. He arranged a polite sit-down at Larchmont to discuss general compliance. Victoria greeted him warmly, offering espresso, answering questions with flawless poise. Miles departed with courteous handshakes, yet Elliot glimpsed the faintest flicker in Victoria's eyes as the elevator doors closed, an acknowledgement that the cat and mouse had sniffed each other. Weeks later, Larchmont's proprietary desk made a fortune shorting a French logistics firm hours before it announced lost government contracts. The FCA opened a formal inquiry. Victoria assured her staff it was routine. Elliot wanted to believe her. Debt from student loans pressed him like a hand on his back. Still, he began saving exported chat logs and order confirmations to a personal folder, labeling it innocuously as lunch spots. One December afternoon, a courier delivered a small parcel to Victoria. Inside lay a silver USB stick and a note. "Tomorrow, 9:17, board decision." Victoria studied the message, then summoned Elliot. "I want a sensitivity model on Bjorn Pharma," she said, tone light. "Use aggressive revenue growth." Elliot knew Bjorn was rumored to be an acquisition target. He felt a pulse in his ears. That night, he could not sleep. Canary Wharf's towers blinked red against low clouds, matching the crimson digits of his bedside clock. At 2 a.m., he rose, opened his laptop, and reviewed insider trading statutes. The language was precise, unemotional. His heartbeat was not. He remembered his father installing windows on construction sites in the Midlands, coming home exhausted yet honest. Elliot closed the laptop and stared into darkness until dawn. The trading floor buzzed at 9 o'clock. Victoria stood behind Elliot's chair, voice gentle. "Place the order at 9:15 sharp." He entered the ticker, hovering over the keyboard. 9:14, 9:15, 9:16. His finger trembled. At 9:17, the share price leapt. Someone else had pulled the trigger. Victoria's calm expression flickered, just once, before she walked away without comment. That evening, Miles Calder reappeared, unannounced, flanked by two colleagues. Compliance officers escorted them to an interview room. Whispers rippled across desks. Victoria was led in first. Elliot waited on a bench, palms sweating. Through frosted glass, he saw silhouettes. Miles leaning forward, Victoria's poised shoulders. An hour passed. When she emerged, her jacket was immaculate, but her eyes looked hollow, like rooms after furniture is removed. She nodded at Elliot almost kindly, then left with the investigators. The firm suspended trading in Bjorn Pharma positions. The FCA froze related accounts. Rumors spread that Victoria's source was an IT contractor at a London law firm, smuggling merger documents for cash and a promise of escape from debt. The silver USB was his dead drop signature. Under questioning, Victoria allegedly claimed she'd acted out of professional imperative, the need to deliver results in a culture that worshipped prescience. Days later, Elliot found an envelope on his keyboard. Inside, a handwritten note for the corridors, and a modest pair of noise-canceling earbuds. No signature, but the handwriting was Victoria's. He realized it was half a joke, half a benediction. Shield your ears from whispers or be claimed by them. Victoria pleaded guilty to a single count of insider trading. She received a 4-year sentence, light by headline standards but heavy for a woman who once dictated markets with a phone call. The IT contractor received 18 months and deportation. Larchmont paid £140 million in fines and settled a civil suit with aggrieved shareholders. Analysts on television shook their heads, feigning surprise, while secretly recalculating models to account for the cost of integrity. On a chilly March morning, Elliot walked along the riverbank, Canary Wharf's towers mirrored in still water. He no longer worked at Larchmont. He had taken a compliance role at a pension fund, far from the hum of trading floors. Occasionally, he reached into his coat pocket and touched the earbuds. He had never used them. Instead, he kept them as a talisman, a reminder that silence is not absence. It is the space where choices echo longest. He paused beside the water, listening. The city hummed. Buses, footsteps, distant sirens. Somewhere, corridors still carried whispers. Elliot exhaled, turned away from the glass skyline, and followed a quieter path toward the morning light, where rumors held less power and numbers, perhaps, could breathe the rare air of truth. Thomas Kessler stepped onto Berlin's clean-lined climate tech stage in 2015 carrying little more than a PowerPoint deck and a disarming grin. At 30, with tousled hair and an accent just crisp enough to hint Swiss boarding schools, he pitched Verdant Ledger as the answer to Europe's mounting carbon offset fatigue. Corporations, he said, were drowning in well-meaning paperwork. Verdant Ledger would tokenize reforestation projects on a private blockchain, creating time-stamped, tamper-proof carbon credits. Press releases called it sustainability without ambiguity, a phrase that wrapped complexity in velvet. Investors admired the pitch, $12 million in seed funding, then a €60 million series A led by a Dutch pension giant hungry for green assets. Kessler opened a glass-walled office near Friedrichstrasse, stocked with reclaimed wood desks and moss panels that misted hourly. 26 staff arrived within months. Blockchain engineers, forestry analysts, a lone compliance officer named Elena Rossi who had previously verified REDD+ projects for the UN. Verdant Ledger's brochure highlighted 3 flagship sites, 4,200 hectares of mangroves in Madagascar, 9,100 hectares of teak restoration in Honduras, and a mixed-species corridor in Gabon visible from space. Kessler flaunted satellite images dotted with geotags. Corporate clients scrolled through interactive dashboards while sipping oat milk lattes. Each ton of sequestered carbon cost €18. cheaper than EU ETS allowances and ethically sweeter. BMW, Siemens, and a Scandinavian airline all locked in multi-year purchases. Behind the dashboards, however, lived a fragile collage of half-truths. The Honduran land concession belonged to a local co-op that had never signed a contract. The Gabon corridor overlapped a national park slated for oil exploration, and the Madagascar mangroves existed only as polygons in a GIS file. To mint credits quickly, Kessler leaned on an internal algorithm he dubbed Forest Forge. Feed it historical rainfall, topography, and a desired carbon output, and it generated growth curves credible enough for auditors who lacked ground truth budgets. Elena noticed early red flags. Field verification receipts arrived bearing identical pixel dimensions, as if stamped from a template. When she requested raw GPS tracks, Kessler reassured her the data was coming once our partners finish local encryption. Weeks passed. Meanwhile, Verdant Ledger booked revenue up front, classifying future sequestration as realized sales. A practice Kessler defended in board meetings by quoting IFRS nuances few challenged. In 2018, demand soared after the IPCC's 1.5-degree report. Verdant Ledger announced a second token issuance, 10 million credits, claiming satellite confirmation of new plantings. Kessler livestreamed from a sparse co-working booth, backlit by green LED panels, declaring, "The planet can't wait for paperwork." Shares of Verdant Ledger AG on Frankfurt's growth exchange spiked 42%. The wobble started with a drought. Remote sensing graduate student Lars Muntz scraped Sentinel-2 imagery for his thesis on tropical afforestation. He expected to see canopy expansion over Verdant Ledger's Honduran parcel. Instead, he found patchy scrubland and, in places, bare soil. Curious, he emailed Elena, whose LinkedIn listed her as Sustainability Assurance Lead. She opened the dataset, zoomed in, and felt her stomach tighten. Reflectance signatures showed saplings no taller than brush, certainly nothing sequestering the promised tons. Elena compiled a quiet memo charting satellite NDVI values against Verdant Ledger's published growth curves. Discrepancies averaged 68%. She walked the packet into Kessler's office. He accepted it calmly, closing the door. He spoke for 15 minutes about algorithmic smoothing, seasonal lag, and edge pixel noise. His tone remained courteous, but by the end he suggested Elena was perhaps over-rotating on variance. He offered her a sabbatical to visit the sites personally, all expenses paid. Elena declined and, sensing peril, duplicated server logs to an encrypted thumb drive. She then reached out to BaFin, Germany's financial watchdog, triggering an inquiry under whistleblower protections. BaFin commissioned a rapid audit by PwC, whose analysts attempted to contact the Honduran co-op. The co-op's chair, speaking by crackly phone, said no foreign company had planted trees on their land, just surveyors who left after one day. PwC's interim report, marked confidential, landed on BaFin's desk in May 2019. Hours later, BaFin froze Verdant Ledger's pending token sale and referred findings to the Staatsanwaltschaft Berlin for potential securities fraud. Kessler remained outwardly serene. He convened an all-hands meeting, blamed regulatory overreach, and promised swift clarification. Yet employees noticed he stopped cycling to work, arriving instead in a black Tesla with tinted windows. Finance staff saw unusual transfers, Euro 4.8 million wired to a Singapore entity labeled Seaglass Ventures. When the company bank demanded supporting invoices, Kessler supplied pro forma contracts for satellite data licenses. On a humid July morning, Berlin fraud investigators entered Verdant Ledger's lobby carrying Pelican cases and court orders. They seized hard drives, private key hardware wallets, even the Moss panel's IoT humidity controller, anything that logged data. Forensics painted a blunt picture. 23 million carbon credits sold, fewer than 800,000 supported by verifiable biomass. Forest Forge wasn't a growth model, but a random walk generator seeded to hit preset revenue targets. Investor money funneled through Seaglass Ventures had purchased Cayman condos and a quiet Greek island villa, plus $7 million in blue-chip ETFs Kessler labeled stability reserves. Trial unfolded in Mobit's concrete courthouse, press benches packed with climate journalists. Prosecutors framed Kessler as an eco-con man trading on urgent altruism. He monetized the planet's anxiety. Defense counsel argued the projects were forward-looking and delayed by climate-induced instability. Satellite mosaics told a simpler story. No seedlings, no sequestration, only unkept promises. The court convicted Kessler of aggravated investment fraud and money laundering, sentencing him to 8 years and freezing 42 million euros in assets for restitution. Verdant Ledger entered administration. Creditors will recover perhaps 18 cents on the euro. Elena, shielded by whistleblower statutes, now audits environmental claims for an EU task force shaping stricter carbon market rules. Every token must trace to ground truth plots inspected in person. She keeps the seized USB on her desk. A reminder technology can illuminate or obscure, depending on who holds the flashlight. From Tegel Prison, Kessler writes longhand letters to former employees. In one, overheard during evidence disclosure, he mused, "Trees grow slowly. Money should too. I hurried both and lost the forest. Outside, real saplings in real soil grow on their own timetable, indifferent to ledgers, tokens, or the humans who once tried to mint profit from their imagined shade." Evan Mercer's cubicle looked like every other in the 13th floor accounting suite of Lakefront Mutual, a respected Chicago insurance firm. A photo of the skyline sat beside a plastic cactus. Soft jazz seeped from his headphones when coworkers passed. He was a quiet 34-year-old risk analyst who seldom lunched with colleagues and always stayed late. Lights dim, screens aglow with spreadsheets no one else bothered to understand. Lakefront's culture prized low-profile diligence, and Evan embodied it. He dressed one notch too conservatively, arrived 10 minutes early, and submitted flawless actuarial models. Managers called him reliable, then forgot about him, exactly the invisibility he cultivated. What they did not see were the small nightly transfers he nudged through the firm's vendor payment system, amounts so modest that no single entry tripped the audit software. Evan routed the funds to a shell company in Delaware named Marquette Solutions, then onward to accounts in Luxembourg. The description on each voucher read, "Catastrophe Reserve Adjustment," a phrase that sounded catastrophically dull enough to be ignored. His motive was simple, resentment baked slowly over years. Evan had entered finance with a master's degree and a head full of algorithms, only to watch louder, flashier peers climb the corporate ladder. Bonuses, corner offices, wine club memberships. He watched them drift upward while he reconciled lost triangles alone under fluorescent glare. By the autumn of 1998, his dissatisfaction hardened into resolve. If the system couldn't recognize his value, he would extract it himself. Phase 1 lasted 18 months. He stole in increments of a few $1,000s, transferring only on Fridays when supervisors were traveling. Each week he widened Lakefront's claim reserves by exactly the amount removed, balancing debits against theoretical storms that never occurred. Insurance math is foggy in the best of lights. A $1 billion balance sheet easily swallowed an errant line item. Phase 2 began when the firm acquired a struggling regional carrier. The merger flooded Lakefront's ledgers with new policies and disorganized data. Chaos, the perfect cover. Evans' withdrawals grew bolder. $50,000 in March, $120,000 in April. He masked them by assigning exotic policy codes, excess flood Midwest or aggregate stop loss reinsurance, jargon that lulled anyone who skimmed. Still, he paced himself, convinced the secret to lasting fraud was patience. At home, he lived carefully enough to avoid suspicion. He did upgrade from a studio to a modest condo overlooking the river, but he drove the same gray Civic, clipped coupons at Trader Joe's, and vacationed only in off-season months when airfare was cheap. His real indulgence lay buried in offshore statements, a growing sum he checked nightly, screen glow flickering on his glasses like a private aurora. The undoing began with a single unpaid roofing invoice. A small contractor in Peoria had filed a legitimate claim after a hailstorm. The payout stalled because funds allocated to the catastrophe reserve were, unbeknownst to anyone, already siphoned off. A junior adjuster kicked the discrepancy upward. Internal auditors opened a routine inquiry, certain it was a clerical error. They spotted patterns: reserve accounts whose balances fluctuated strangely at month end, vendor codes that appeared nowhere else in the system, a Delaware LLC with no physical office. Auditors summoned Evan on a humid Tuesday morning. He walked into conference room carrying a legal pad, steady smile fixed in place. They asked about Marquette Solutions. He claimed it was a reinsurance affiliate, a common arrangement. When pressed for paperwork, he promised to retrieve it after lunch. He never returned. Closed-circuit footage later showed him exiting the building calmly, discarding his security badge into a planter, then boarding an outbound train to O'Hare. He wore a navy blazer, carried one small backpack, and left behind an apartment stripped of personal photos. On his kitchen counter stood a single sheet of paper, a resignation letter thanking Lakefront for years of professional growth. Lakefront Mutual froze his accounts within hours, but Evan had anticipated the timing. Over the previous weekend, he wired the remaining balance, approximately $26.8 million, to 3 European banks via an Estonian fintech platform. He'd rehearsed the sequence countless times. Phone switched to a burner, passport under the alias Matthew Cross. Tickets booked to Sao Paulo with the same-day connection to Montevideo. By dusk, he was airborne over the Atlantic, 40,000 feet above the tangle he left behind. The FBI entered the case under the Financial Institutions Fraud Unit. Agents traced the Luxembourg transfers to an address belonging to a defunct travel agency, then hit a wall of banking secrecy. They interviewed co-workers who could offer only adjectives: quiet, polite, forgettable. The deeper investigators dug, the clearer Evan's genius for camouflage appeared. No unexplained vehicle purchases, no casino visits, not even a suspicious Amazon order. He had lived like a monk while stealing like a pirate. For 2 years, Evan vanished from every database. Rumors placed him in the Caymans, then Krakow, then a yoga retreat in Bali. In truth, he resided in a rented house on Uruguay's southern coast, cash-heavy but in a limbo of his own creation. He surfed at dawn, ate empanadas at dusk, and slept poorly, jolted awake by phantom door knocks. Money insulated him from want but not from vigilance. The break came when he grew tired of paying rent under the table. He attempted to purchase a boutique hotel using a new identity forged through a bribed civil registrar. The transaction triggered Uruguay's updated anti-money laundering protocols. A compliance officer noticed the passport number matched an Interpol watch list. Evan was arrested while sipping mate on the veranda, wind riffling the pages of a novel he pretended to read. Extradited to the United States, he faced wire fraud and money laundering charges carrying a potential 50-year sentence. In court, he listened impassively as prosecutors described the ripple effects. Delayed claims, ruined contractors, an elderly policyholder whose roof still leaked. The media dubbed him the ghost analyst. During sentencing, Evan finally spoke, voice calm as ever. "I thought no one would miss it," he said. A statement as much confession as indictment of the system that rendered $27 million invisible. He received 24 years in federal prison. Lakefront Mutual survived but slimmed its workforce. The layoffs quietly attributed to market conditions. Evan's stolen fortune remained mostly unrecovered, scattered in coded accounts that may never be unlocked. Some evenings in the prison library, he helps new inmates prepare tax forms and small claims filings. The same quiet diligence that once hid a fortune. Outside, auditors still comb balance sheets for anomalies, each faint irregularity whispering the possibility of another Evan Mercer. Patient, unseen, and waiting for the ledger lines to blur. Miles Turcotte began most mornings in 1986 just after dawn, stepping into the marble lobby of Halperin and Blaine Securities with coffee hot enough to sting. The firm's elevators rose to the 43rd floor, a glass box that overlooked Midtown Manhattan and, on clear days, the Atlantic shimmer. Miles was 28, trim, impeccably polite, and newly promoted from the bullpen to a junior position on the merger's desk. He had grown up in Queens, the son of a city bus driver who counted coins at night. Ambition clung to him early. Scholarship to NYU, internship on Wall Street, a talent for memorizing entire prospectuses by breakfast. What he lacked was pedigree, and in the buttoned world of investment banking that mattered. Partners shook his hand, then wiped theirs on suit jackets as they turned away. Miles responded with deference that masked a steadily building resolve. If connections would not open doors for him, he would pry them open himself. The opportunity arrived by accident one Thursday evening. Cleaning staff had propped open a side staircase, and Miles slipped in to stretch his legs after a 14-hour shift. 2 flights below, he heard voices. The senior partner Lawrence Halperin and a visiting attorney from Boston, casually discussing an imminent takeover of Hanover soft drinks by a European conglomerate. The deal was confidential. Its announcement would double Hanover's share price overnight. Miles stood frozen in the stairwell shadows, raincoat draped over one arm, heartbeat counting seconds until they exited. He returned to his desk and stared at the blinking green cursor of his terminal. Insider trading was a federal crime. Everyone on the floor knew the cautionary tales. Yet the staircase conversation felt, to his fevered mind, like fate. He reasoned that a small position, quickly opened and closed, would hurt no one and change everything for him. After the cleaning crew left, he executed a series of tiny purchases in his grandmother's brokerage account. 600 shares of Hanover at $14.75. The stock quietly sat for 3 weeks. Miles worked harder than ever, polishing pitch books and flashing a grin that masked growing tension. He watched market monitors like a man at the racetrack, waiting for the starting bell. On the Monday the acquisition was announced, Hanover leaped to $32 before lunch. The profit, just over $10,000 after commissions, was modest by Wall Street standards, but to Miles it felt like a signal. The system was porous, and he had found a crack. He grew bolder. Each new rumor that drifted across the 43rd floor became fuel. He created a rotation of accounts under family names. An uncle in Tampa, a cousin in Montreal, an estranged brother he barely knew, spreading the trades thin to avoid a pattern. He limited positions to 5-digit gains, nothing flashy, nothing that might appear in a quarterly audit. Successful trades funded a down payment on a Soho loft, then a pearl bracelet for his mother, then tailored suits that drew admiring glances from analysts who once ignored him. Miles justified each step as temporary. The plan was to build a cushion enough to breathe easier and then stop. Yet the rush proved addictive. In whispered phone calls from payphones blocks away from the office, he placed orders tied to pharmaceutical approvals, airline mergers, defense contracts. By the autumn of 1987, his illicit nest egg had quietly reached $1.3 million, scattered across 8 brokerage firms and 2 newly minted Cayman accounts. The implosion began, ominously, with a congratulatory steak dinner. Lawrence Halperin gathered the team at a midtown chop house to toast a record quarter. Wine loosened tongues. A risk officer mentioned that the SEC had requested trading records for routine analysis. Miles forced a smile, but the cut of ribeye turned to ash in his mouth. He excused himself early, walked the length of Lexington Avenue in the drizzle, and composed what he believed would be a final set of phone instructions. Selling every position, wiring cash overseas, severing ties. 2 days later, an SEC examiner named Ruth Delgado arrived at Halperin and Blaine with a single focus. Unusual trades in Hanover soft drinks traced to retail accounts that should never have known about the takeover. Delgado's talent was pattern recognition. She treated data like a detective examines fingerprints. Hanover led her to other spikes, each purchase occurring days before a headline, each tied by dotted lines to people no closer to corporate boards than a subway ride. She found the grandmother's account first, an octogenarian living on a fixed income whose sudden taste for speculative equities made no sense. Phone records showed late-night calls from payphones near Wall Street. Delgado subpoenaed camera logs from a booth across from the New York Public Library and captured a grainy image of a man in a Burberry trench coat tipping coins into the slot. The height and build matched only one employee with staircase access to senior-level conversations, Miles Turcotte. On an overcast morning in February 1988, federal agents entered the 43rd floor just as markets opened. Colleagues stared in silence while Miles was escorted past glass partitions, wrists bound with discreet cuffs. The partners issued a brief statement about cooperating fully, then retreated to conference rooms to assess reputational damage. Halperin himself paced behind closed doors, ruining an open staircase and loose talk. The trial unfolded across that summer, a subdued spectacle compared to the era's flashier scandals. Prosecutors presented charts that rose and fell like an eerie echo of Miles's ambitions. Friends testified to his integrity, even as broker statements contradicted their faith. Miles sat at the defense table, suit impeccable, eyes fixed on middle distance. Only when his mother took the stand, her pearl bracelet glinting under fluorescent lights, did he lower his gaze. He accepted a plea agreement, 18 months in a low-security federal facility and a lifetime ban from securities trading. Reporters hoped for fireworks, but none came. Miles expressed regret in measured tones, admitting that each profit only heightened his sense of isolation. "I wanted to belong," he said, "and I mistook possession for belonging." After release, he found work quietly teaching evening classes in basic finance at a community college in Queens, commuting by subway under billboards advertising the firms that once courted his labor. He lived frugally in a rented apartment, the Soho loft long since surrendered to legal fees. Students knew nothing of his past. He explained market ethics with a calm that suggested both warning and penance. On clear days, he sometimes walked to the East River, watching ferries cut the water. From certain angles, he could glimpse the tower where whispers on a staircase had rewritten his life. He would stand a while, hands deep in coat pockets, then turn toward home, the skyline receding behind him like a cautionary mirage. Andreas Andy Vogel entered the Bavarian town of Rosenheim in 2002 like a traveling pharmacist from an older century. Smiling, confident, armed with remedies for ailments locals did not yet know they had. At 39, he wore a navy cashmere coat and parted his chestnut hair with geometric precision. He introduced himself as a former Deutsche Bank strategist turned independent advisor specializing in low-volatility income products. What he offered sounded miraculous. A private fund named Alpine Yield Partners that returned a steady 18% per year, every year, with insurance-grade downside protection. Germany's small-town civil servants, teachers, firefighters, postal clerks, had weathered dot-com chaos and wanted safety more than excitement. Andy met them in church basements and coffee houses, pouring apple juice while clicking through pastel slides. Each chart showed the same smooth upward line, a staircase of reassurance. He invoked familiar symbols: alpine peaks, oaks that grew slowly, the solidity of German craftsmanship. "Your pensions," he said in a voice just above a whisper, "deserve the same sturdiness." Rosenheim's fire brigade invested first, pooling €320,000 from a relief fund. Statements arrived monthly, printed on cream paper with an Edelweiss watermark. They displayed tidy gains, precise to the eurocent, never once negative. Word spread to neighboring towns along the Inn River. Soon Andy was driving his silver Audi from hall to hall, collecting checks like a patient gardener harvesting trust. Within a year, Alpine Yield Partners held €14 million, almost all from middle-class investors who thought they were too ordinary to attract a seat. The supposed strategy was a basket of asset-backed loans to mid-cap manufacturers overlooked by large banks. Andy sprinkled jargon just sparsely enough to appear transparent. Cash collateralized notes, repurchase waterfalls, dynamic loss triggers. Few listeners understood, but everyone recognized the core promise: 18%, dependable as sunrise. Behind the brochures, Alpine Yield was little more than a checking account at a Munich bank and 2 spreadsheets on Andy's laptop. Deposits flowed in, and for the first 18 months, outflows were minimal. He spent carefully at first: new office furniture, a tasteful lease on a lakeside cottage, a golden retriever named Lucas to complete the portrait of success. Each indulgence felt both earned and temporary, an advance against the larger fortune he would one day legitimize. The first wobble came when a widowed pharmacist asked to withdraw €80,000 for her granddaughter's university fees. Andy wired the money the same afternoon, no questions asked, telling himself that liquidity proved credibility. Yet as withdrawals multiplied, unexpected medical bills, a divorce settlement, he realized the balance sheet needed constant fresh inflows. He scheduled more seminars, broadened his radius to Salzburg and Innsbruck, and quietly raised the minimum investment. In 2005, regulators enhanced scrutiny of unlicensed funds after a regional bank collapsed. Andy preemptively hired an external auditor, actually a childhood friend with a dormant accounting LLC. For €4,000, the friend produced a glowing attestation, complete with embossed seal, vouching for Alpine Yield's robust internal controls. Copies went straight into investors' mailboxes, their fears soothed by official-looking paragraphs. But fraud, like rust, accelerates unseen. Andy now skimmed sizable sums to finance a penthouse in Vienna, season tickets at Bayern Munich, and a wine cellar stocked with chateaux names he scarcely could pronounce. Each luxury tightened the knot, a lifestyle requiring constant cash on top of the monthly returns credited to statements but not actually earned. By late 2006, Alpine Yield reported assets of €48 million. The true bank balance hovered near €3 million. The unraveling began, innocuously, with a summer storm that flooded a textile factory in Kufstein. Local press covered the damage, and an investor casually asked Andy whether Alpine Yield's loan book included that factory. He offered a breezy no, but the question planted doubt. Soon another client requested the fund's prospectus to show his tax advisor. Andy stalled, citing translation delays. Anxiety rippled through the retiree's grapevine. On a cool September morning, the Rosenheim firefighters' treasurer, Ulrich Meyer, drove to Alpine Yield's listed office, a converted villa Andy seldom used. He found the door locked, shades drawn, and a for sale sign leaning against the hedge. Ulrich telephoned the Munich bank and, after a maze of transfers, reached a clerk who revealed the fund's account balance was insufficient to process requested redemption. Panic spread faster than Andy could throttle it with calming emails. 3 days later, he boarded a night train to Zurich carrying 2 leather suitcases. One held tailored suits and the deed to the Vienna penthouse. The other contained 740,000 euros in cash. He planned to fly onward to Sao Paulo, a city without extradition to Germany at the time. Yet at Zurich Hauptbahnhof, Swiss customs officers performing routine anti-laundering checks noted the unusually thick luggage, crisp euro notes still banded in bank wrappers. Andy produced Rihi. Arsed explanations, consulting fees, relocation allowance, but jittery eye contact betrayed him. Officers detained him pending verification. When German authorities received the alert, they matched his name to frantic fraud reports pouring in from Rosenheim. An arrest warrant arrived by fax within hours. News reached Bavaria before Andy crossed the Swiss border. Elderly couples huddled around kitchen radios, hearing that the man who promised 18% was sitting in a Zurich cell. Some wept. Others stared at blank television screens as if expecting them to rewind the last 4 years. Firefighters who once toasted him with beer gathered in their station, helmets hanging like silent jurors. At trial, the prosecution laid out the scheme with clinical patience. Deposits shuffled, statements fabricated in Microsoft Excel, audits forged. The numbers formed a staircase exactly like the chart in Andy's original slideshow, except this time it descended. He stood in the dock, hair unparted now, watching diagrams that stripped his myth to arithmetic. The defense portrayed him as overwhelmed, a lone advisor swallowed by success. The judge remained unmoved. In 2008, Andy Vogel was sentenced to 11 years for fraud and money laundering. Asset recovery teams clawed back 27% of the missing funds. Cars sold, wine auctioned, the Vienna penthouse liquidated. The remainder dissolved into memories and interest payments that never existed. In Rosenheim, the fire brigade hosts a yearly safety lecture. A single empty chair sits at the front row, reserved in silence for the pension whisperer, who once charmed them with promises of steady ascent. New recruits learn the story on their first day, a caution stitched into the unit's oral history. When someone guarantees the impossible, the safest response is to let the offer burn itself out. Ronald "Ronnie" Santoro liked to introduce himself as Miami's condo king, flashing a bronze smile that seemed to bounce light off Biscayne Bay. The year was 1994, a moment when South Beach was still shaking sand out of its neon-lit revival, and Ronnie sensed an opening. He was 41, hair slicked into a perfect wave, always wearing linen shirts that fluttered just enough to suggest a yacht waited somewhere nearby. What few people knew was that Ronnie's real estate license had lapsed 3 years earlier, and his first development venture had collapsed under a heap of unpaid contractors. He resurfaced with a smoother pitch, pre-construction investment in boutique towers, luxury for locals, he called it, as if the phrase carried moral weight. Ronnie booked a small suite in the Fontainebleau and staged weekend presentations. Coffee urns steamed, pastel renderings lined the walls, and a model of Azure Palms residences. A 30-story glass spindle gleamed under spotlights. He asked for nothing up front except expression deposits, $20,000 per unit, fully refundable. Signed papers promised delivery in 18 months and, more seductively, early buyer equity that would double before the paint dries. Early clients were school teachers, dentists, a retired pilot, ordinary Miamians nursing a hope that the city's next boom might include them. Ronnie handled each with gentle ceremony. First name greetings, hugs on closing, handwritten notes on birthdays. He hired a publicist to seed local tabloids with breathless blurbs. Condo King announces new wave of affordable luxury. By Christmas, he had collected 200 deposits, $4 million, without pouring a single yard of concrete. His secret was a shell ballet. Funds from Azure Palms fed marketing for Coral Vista, a second imaginary tower farther up Collins Avenue. Deposits from Coral Vista moved into an account labeled Mango K Holdings, which kicked money back to the first group in the form of glossy brochures and occasional site preparation photos taken on an unrelated parking lot at dawn to hide the lack of activity. Ronnie called the method rolling escrow. In truth, it was a Ponzi scheme draped in turquoise branding. Permits were a hurdle he sidestepped with forged city letters printed on pilfered letterhead. Appraisal reports came from a college friend whose firm consisted of a fax machine behind a dry cleaner. Everything looked official enough to pass the glance of a hopeful buyer who wanted the dream more than due diligence. By mid-1995, a problem surfaced like rust beneath fresh paint. Buyers began asking for construction visits. Ronnie improvised sunset bus tours that idled beside fenced lots while he waved at imaginary crews working interior footings. Sunset's dim light masked the barren plots. Gull cries filled awkward pauses. Still, a few skeptics requested refunds. Ronnie issued checks from an account newly filled by deposits from his third ghost project, Seaglass Lofts. The system tottered but continued forward, propelled by fresh faith. The collapse, when it came, started with a hurricane that never touched Miami. Hurricane Felix veered toward the Atlantic, but national coverage highlighted the city's vulnerability. Insurance underwriters rechecked building permits statewide. A junior auditor at Gulf Coast Indemnity noticed Azure Palm's permit number referenced a code assigned to a demolished motel. One phone call to the city clerk confirmed no tower, no plans, no record. The auditor drafted a memo. Days later, Detective Mariella Duquesne of Miami-Dade's Economic Crimes Unit received the file. She drove past Ronnie's supposed sites at dawn, the same hour used in his misleading photos. Empty lots glistened with puddles, no rebar in sight. She began quietly interviewing buyers, copying contracts that all listed the same corporate address, a P.O. box in Coconut Grove. Ronnie sensed the pressure but mistook it for routine bureaucracy. He scheduled another launch, Harbor Azure, his boldest yet, promising rooftop pools and underwater parking. Invitations printed on pearlescent cardstock went out for a Saturday champagne brunch. Detective Duquesne attended undercover, hair pulled into a touristy ponytail. She accepted a flute, wandered among foam core renderings, then stepped onto a balcony where Ronnie was charming a group of retirees. She asked a simple question, voice sugar-soft, "Which bank manages your escrow?" Ronnie offered the practiced answer, "Bayshore Federal, of course." Not knowing Duquesne had already spoken to Bayshore, which confirmed no such accounts existed. Monday morning, a joint task force obtained a warrant. They entered Ronnie's temporary office in the Fontainebleau while seagulls wheeled over the surf outside. File drawers held nothing but catering invoices and stacks of uncashed deposit checks waiting for endorsement. The hard drive of Ronnie's desktop revealed spreadsheets titled Rotation Schedule and Holdbacks, mapping cash streams from one phantom project to the next. It was meticulous, almost elegant, a blueprint of deceit. Agents found Ronnie at a marina, loading suitcases onto a friend's cabin cruiser. He tried charm first. "Officers, fancy meeting you here." Then confusion, then indignation. Cuffs clicked around his wrists as the afternoon sun flattened his shadow against the deck. Local news stations interrupted programming with helicopter footage. The condo king, shirt wrinkled, escorted past rows of white yachts he never actually owned. The trial in 1997 filled a downtown courtroom with anxious investors clutching pastel brochures that now seemed to mock them. Prosecutors described $22 million collected, less than $900,000 spent on legitimate expenses, the rest frittered on luxury rentals, gambling junkets to Paradise Island, and hush money repayments to buyers who almost exposed him. Ronnie's defense argued he had been caught in temporary liquidity gaps caused by hurricane fears and sluggish permits. The jury took 5 hours to convict on wire fraud, mail fraud, and grand theft. Sentenced to 16 years, Ronnie entered federal prison still wearing the linen shirt seized at his arrest, now dull and frayed. His hair, once sculpted, fell limp against prison grays. Outside, the empty lots slowly sprouted actual condos, built by developers who secured real permits, bank financing, and tangible foundations. Many victims recovered partial losses through a restitution fund seeded by auctioning Ronnie's seized assets. A vintage Corvette, a half share in a cigarette boat, jewelry purchased for girlfriends whose names invoices politely redacted. Still, the emotional bruise lingered. Teachers postponed retirement, the retired pilot returned to part-time flight instruction, and the group of retirees whom Duquesne met at the brunch now gathered monthly to swap consumer protection tips. Detective Duquesne keeps one Azure Palms brochure pinned above her desk. The tower's turquoise glass reflects a sunset that never existed, a silent reminder that in Miami, the line between reflection and reality can shimmer until it vanishes. Claire Rowe's world smelled of paper and quiet. Weekdays in 2013 found her at the Massachusetts Historical Library, cataloging faded annual reports donated by defunct companies. She was 37, pale in cardigan sweaters, known for speaking in whispers even outside the stacks. Visitors thought of her as background scenery. Yet those yellowed ledgers stirred something restless in her. Every board meeting photo looked like a costume rack of power she would never wear. Claire's salary barely covered her Somerville rent. Each evening she rode the Red Line home, scrolling listings for jobs she never landed: research analyst, grant coordinator, records manager. Interviews wilted once hiring panels saw her meek posture. Resentment grew, threading itself through the card catalog of her mind until one late December night, alone in the archive, she stared at a 1997 prospectus from Norwood Biotech and felt a switch flip. The prospectus held executive signatures, passport-style headshots, and most valuable social security numbers, a disclosure norm in the 90s before data rules tightened. Claire realized she was holding keys to doors she was never invited to enter. She did not leap immediately. First came study. Online videos about credit scoring, articles on synthetic identity techniques, forums where fraudsters swap tips in clipped shorthand. Claire copied details, names, birth dates, SSNs, into a spiral notebook, then locked it inside her apartment's kitchen freezer, reasoning that burglars ignore ice trays. She chose 3 executives who had retired quietly: Harold D. Layton, CFO, Marcia J. Pike, R&D director, and Omar Santos, a marketing vice president who had since moved to Spain. All were still alive yet absent from social media, making verification calls unlikely. Phase 1 was cautious. Claire opened a post office box under the shell company Heritage Research Services, then used Harold Layton's identity to apply for a department store card with a $600 limit. Approval arrived within a week. She bought kitchenware on sale, paid the bill early, watched the FICO score climb. Months passed in this rhythm, each payment a small rehearsal for larger ambitions. Her motive was not luxury, at least not at first. She wanted control, the feeling of speaking and having the world answer yes. By spring, she was juggling 6 cards across her trio of impersonations, each billing address pointing to the same P.O. box. She paid balances with her own modest paycheck, nurturing the credit profiles like seedlings. When limits rose into the tens of thousands, she initiated cash advances, moving funds through online wallets to mask origin, then back into her personal account under memo lines reading, "Consulting." Claire's real life remained unchanged enough to avoid gossip. She still wore thrift store skirts, still ate microwave soup in the staff lounge. The only visible indulgence was a vintage leather satchel she carried with care, its lining stitched with hidden sleeves for forged documents. Inside were driver's licenses ordered from a darknet vendor. Photos substituted with her own but aged with digital grain so they appeared authentic to a quick glance. The unraveling started with an algorithm. A regional bank's fraud detection software flagged an inconsistency. Harold Layton's new BMW lease application listed an income of $420,000. Yet the credit bureau showed routine $45 purchases at a Cambridge grocery store. The bank's security officer, Dana Liu, called the phone number on file. Claire's prepaid cell set to Harold's voicemail greeting. Claire answered in a deepened tone, thanked Dana for vigilance, and promised to fax last year's tax return. But she misread the urgency. Dana, suspicious of the delay, cross-checked public databases and found that the real Harold Layton held property in Palm Springs, not Boston. Dana contacted the FBI's Boston field office, where Agent Miguel Ortega specialized in identity theft. Ortega pulled credit pulls from Marcia Pike and Omar Santos and noticed identical P.O. boxes, similar spending patterns, payments originating from a single IP address traced to Claire's apartment building. Subpoenas went out quietly. Comcast logs rolled in. A picture formed, orderly as the library stacks Claire curated each day. On a humid July morning, Claire arrived early to photograph newly donated newspapers. She logged into the archive server, unaware that agents waited outside. The knock echoed through the marble reading room, startling a grad student asleep over microfilm. Ortega approached Claire's desk, badge outward, voice calm. She tried to flash a librarian's confusion. Is there some mistake? But he described the freezer notebook, the forged licenses, the BMW lease application. Her face drained, as if a shelf had collapsed inside her. During interrogation, Claire spoke softly, nearly apologetic, explaining she never meant to harm the executives, only to borrow unloved fragments of their identity. She said the world never noticed her until she wore someone else's name. The total theft tallied $312,000, dispersed among credit lines, luxury good resales, and a high-yield savings account labeled Plan B. Court proceedings were quick. The paper trail she once worshipped became evidence against her. Prosecutors emphasized the personal violation felt by her targets, especially Marcia Pike, who testified via video from a retirement condo, voice trembling as she described calls from collection agencies she didn't know existed. Claire listened, hands folded, cardigan buttoned to the throat, tears pooling but never falling. She received 5 years at a federal women's facility plus restitution. In prison, she worked in the library, cataloging books with the same precision that sparked her crime. Fellow inmates called her professor, asking for resume help and grammar advice. She obliged, grateful for recognition earned under her own name. Outside, the Massachusetts Historical Library replaced paper donor forms with encrypted scans and stored sensitive records in a climate-controlled vault accessible only by dual-key entry. A small brass plaque near the entrance now reads, "Data is history, too. Protect it." Agent Ortega lectures new recruits using Claire's case. He holds up photocopies of the forged licenses, the neat notebook columns, and reminds trainees that fraud can bloom wherever paperwork gathers dust. Somewhere among them, he suggests, another quiet employee may already be thumbing through forgotten files, searching for a name bold enough to wear. When Frederick Fred Malloy won the 2009 mayoral race in Brookhaven, West Virginia, he pledged to reconnect the town to prosperity. Brookhaven had once thrived on coal money, but shuttered mines left its riverfront sagging like an abandoned railcar. Malloy, a widowed former car sales manager with a preacher's baritone, promised a signature project, a pedestrian bridge arcing over the Monongahela, linking Main Street to the interstate trail system. He called it the People's Crossing, held up glossy renderings at every Rotary luncheon, and swore it would revive cafes, bike shops, and weekend tourism. On paper, the cost was $14.2 million, to be financed through state infrastructure grants and a small municipal bond. The city council approved funds unanimously, charmed by Malloy's conviction and the hopeful clap of audience applause. Malloy appointed a special committee, 3 local business owners, and, crucially, an outside consultant named Lena Corbett. Lena, 48, ran Corbett Engineering Advisors out of a single-room office above a bowling alley in Charleston. Few knew she and Malloy had shared a friendship since high school. Fewer still knew Lena's firm had no bridge-building resume at all. Phase 1 moved briskly. Surveyors marked the riverbanks. Environmental reports were photocopied and stamped, approved. Malloy held press conferences by the water, the morning mist giving him a faint halo. Within 6 months, the city wired a $3.6 million mobilization advance to Corbett Engineering, meant to cover pilings, steel orders, and subcontractor retainers. Residents waited for cranes that never arrived. Summer turned to winter. The river froze, unbroken by barges of material. Lena blamed steel shortages, then flooding upriver, then a labor dispute at a fictional fabricator in Cincinnati. Each delay spawned new paperwork bearing confident signatures. Revised timeline, no impact on total cost. Inside City Hall, only one person pressed harder. Ellen Rourke, Brookhaven's 29-year-old procurement officer, had a habit of reading contracts line by line while others skimmed. She noticed mobilization invoices bore identical timestamps, as if printed in batches. A routine call to the state treasurer revealed Brookhaven's grant tranche, $7 million, had already been fully dispersed, though no matching expenditure appeared in the Public Works ledger. Ellen approached the mayor's chief of staff, who waved her off. Infrastructure moves slow, sweetheart. Ellen persisted. She visited the listed address for Corbett Engineering and found the bowling alley staircase locked. Lights off at noon. A tenant downstairs said Lena visited once a month to pick up mail. Ellen reported her findings in a memo, attaching photos of the darkened door. The memo stalled on the chief of staff's desk for 3 weeks, until someone slipped a copy under the door of town attorney Richard McKay. McKay, a cautious man fond of fountain pens, spent an evening tracing wire transfers. City records showed payments routed through a Charleston bank, then onward to Sunshore Holdings, an LLC registered in Delaware that listed Frederick Malloy as the beneficial owner. Information publicly shielded but available via subpoena. McKay realized the mayor had quietly amended the LLC's charter 3 days before the Bridge Committee awarded its first contract. He contacted the West Virginia State Auditor, who in turn alerted the FBI's Public Corruption Squad in Pittsburgh. Agents arrived quietly, posing as birdwatchers while photographing the empty riverfront lot. They collected drone footage. No pilings, no rebar cages, just weeds pushing through silt where the approach ramp should have been. On March 3, 2011, federal agents entered City Hall with a search warrant. Malloy was in his office rehearsing a radio segment about turning obstacles into stepping stones. He looked up to see 2 men in gray suits, badges forward. Outside, Ellen watched through wired glass as boxes of files were carried down corridor after corridor, an echoing parade of consequences. Malloy was escorted out an hour later, coat draped over cuffed wrists, eyes fixed on the floor tiles he'd once promised to replace with marble. The indictment painted a simple scheme under layers of civic optimism. Malloy had orchestrated contracts to Lena's shell company. Lena siphoned 75% of each payment to Sunshore Holdings. Malloy diverted the money into a brokerage account that purchased municipal bonds. Ironically, those issued by Brookhaven to finance the same bridge. He earned interest on funds meant for concrete he never bought. Total diversion, $6.8 million. The remainder of the grant money lingered in limbo, tied up in litigation, while Corbett Engineering's bank balance shrank to 4 digits after luxury trips to Aruba, a lakefront cabin, and a pair of Teslas purchased under Lena's nephew's name. The trial drew satellite trucks to the courthouse lawn. Prosecutors laid out email threads where Malloy coached Lena on excuses. Blame barge traffic. Mention EPA permits. People glaze over at acronyms. Lena, confronted with cooperating witness offers, folded quickly. She testified that Malloy promised her a seat at the table for once, echoing the grievance that had driven many of his campaign volunteers. In cross-examination, Malloy's attorney tried to cast her as mastermind, but jurors saw through the bravado. The mayor's initials appeared at the bottom of every crucial wire authorization. After 8 days, the verdict was unanimous. Guilty on counts of wire fraud, money laundering, and conspiracy. Malloy received 11 years in federal prison. Lena, 5. At sentencing, Malloy addressed the court in the same baritone that once promised revival. I believed Brookhaven needed a bridge. I became convinced the end justified the means. Judge Albright replied, "A bridge built on deceit leads nowhere," and lowered the gavel. Brookhaven's riverbank remained empty for years, caution tape flapping against rusted stakes. The state reclaimed the grant, leaving the town to shoulder bond repayments without the tourism windfall Malloy had touted. Taxes inched upward. Some storefronts darkened for good. Yet small redemptions sprouted. Ellen Rourke was appointed interim city manager, later elected in her own right. She renegotiated the bond debt, attracted a modest kayak outfitter to the waterfront, and pushed through ordinances requiring third-party escrow for all future capital projects. On quiet afternoons, she stands by the river, imagining a simpler footbridge, steel trusses instead of sweeping arches, honest rivets instead of bravura. Locals call it Ellen's Crossing now, even though only blueprints exist. They say the reflection of the unbuilt bridge flickers on the Monongahela at sunset, a reminder that some visions collapse under their own vanity while others, humbler but real, still wait for steady hands. No one noticed Jonah Patel when he first logged into the gleaming lobby kiosk at Clarion Analytics in Palo Alto, the summer of 2016. At 21, he blended into the Silicon Valley gradient of hoodies and hope. A computer science major from UC Davis with a 3-month internship and a borrowed Prius that smelled faintly of ramen. Clarion, a rising star in predictive health data, housed its interns in a glass-walled bullpen, 4 floors below the executive wing where venture capitalists slipped in and out like specters. Jonah's assigned project looked modest. Improve the data ingestion scripts for Clarion's flagship engine, Asteria. The real magic, the algorithm that predicted cardiac events days before symptoms, lived on a secure server in a separate subnet. Employees joked that Asteria's code was the crown jewels and the nuclear codes rolled into one. Jonah heard the phrase his first week and filed it away with a quiet flicker of ambition. Money lay at the root of that spark. Jonah's father had died 2 years earlier, leaving hospital bills that bent his mother into 3 jobs. Financial aid barely held his tuition afloat, and each scholarship rejection added weight to Jonah's chest. Clarion paid interns decently, but Valley salaries could not erase $128,000 of medical debt. The solution, Jonah concluded, had to be exponential. Opportunity arrived through an overlooked side door, automated nightly backups. Jonah discovered that one of his ingestion scripts processed log summaries that included function call names from Asteria. By tweaking a parameter, he could request expanded logs, harmless on their face, yet rich with embedded snippets of core code. He tested the exploit once at 2 a.m., heart racing beneath fluorescence. The server complied, delivering a compressed file to a temporary folder that only systems engineers typically accessed. No alarm sounded, no security badge flashed. Jonah deleted the file immediately but knew the vault had cracked. Days later, while classmates played frisbee outside the intern housing, Jonah created an anonymous handle, SpectralByte, on a dark web marketplace catering to corporate espionage. He posted a teaser, proprietary health prediction source code, 90% accuracy rate, US company, proof of concept available. Within an hour, 3 prospective buyers messaged, one claiming ties to a Singapore tech conglomerate, another fronting for a Zurich hedge fund, and a third whose location field read simply Moscow. Bids in cryptocurrency climbed past the threshold that would clear his family's debt twice over. To solidify trust, buyers wanted sample functions. Jonah returned to Clarion's office late each night under the pretext of refining scripts before demo day. He siphoned code in 200-line chunks, careful never to reach the threshold that triggered checksum audits. He stored the fragments on an encrypted USB drive, hidden in a canister of protein powder, security through banality. On chats, he spoke in curt phrases, adopting the persona of a seasoned broker even as his palms sweated over the keyboard. Yet the ecosystem he trespassed possessed immune defenses. Clarion's chief information security officer, Meredith Ewan, had recently installed anomaly detection software that flagged unusual log pulls. One August morning, the system surfaced a pattern. Expanded backups requested only during graveyard hours, always from the same workstation in the intern bullpen. Meredith printed the report and circled the IP address, irritation sharpening into curiosity. Rather than trigger an overt investigation, she enabled silent packet capture on the suspect machine, wanting to see whether the activity was naivete or malice. That evening, Jonah executed what he intended to be his final exfiltration, humming softly to calm his nerves. Meredith, watching remote logs in real time, traced the outbound traffic tunneling through a private VPN toward a Tor gateway. Her jaw tightened. This was no rookie mistake. She alerted Clarion's legal counsel and, by extension, the FBI's San Francisco Cyber Division, which advised a quiet sting. The next buyer payment was scheduled for Friday at 2200 hours Universal Time Coordinated, a convenient afternoon in California. Agents proposed letting Jonah transmit a doctored archive containing watermarked code that would identify any downstream user, then arrest him the moment he confirmed receipt of funds. The plan unfolded with meticulous pacing. Friday, 2:45 p.m. Jonah sat alone in a phone booth, headphones in, clipboard acting as a privacy barricade. He uploaded the archive and typed the agreed-upon phrase, "Package in orbit." Seconds later, a wallet address lit up, 75 Bitcoin, about $48,000 shy of $1 million. Jonah exhaled, relieved and terrified. He erased chat logs, pocketed the USB drive, and stepped into the corridor where the FBI and Clarion security waited. The corridor's hush cracked as an agent said his name. Jonah's shoulders sagged before the handcuffs touched skin. He did not speak on the ride to the field office, only stared at his reflection in the cruiser window, noting the way sunset smeared the glass like corrupted code. Interrogation revealed conflicting motives. Filial duty, thirst for recognition, anger at a system that let hospital invoices outlive patients. Jonah cooperated, handing over wallet keys, naming the buyer, an intermediary tied to an overseas medical device giant eager to leapfrog FDA trials by reverse engineering algorithms. The doctored code they received would eventually expose them, but Jonah's cooperation shaved little off the charges: theft of trade secrets, wire fraud, and computer intrusion. In court, Clarion executives testified that stolen technology could have undermined years of research and jeopardized patient safety. Jonah's mother, seated behind the defense table, wept silently, her debt still due, her son's future narrowed to prison corridors and supervised release. The judge, acknowledging Jonah's youth and cooperation, imposed 4 years in federal custody and restitution equal to the crypto windfall, now frozen in a bureau wallet. Clarion fortified its walls, air-gapped backups, stricter role access, interns banned from the building after 9 p.m. But the episode rattled employees who once saw the campus as an incubator of unalloyed genius. Meredith Ewan later addressed new hires, tapping the lectern with her pen. Innovation makes us valuable. Vigilance keeps us alive. Jonah serves his sentence at Lompoc, tutoring inmates in basic coding. Some evenings, he writes algorithm sketches in pencil, wonders if ideas can belong to anyone, and counts the days until release. Beyond the fences, Asteria's predictions save lives Jonah will never meet. A quiet echo of brilliance, born in secrecy, shadowed by regret. At dawn on a chilly February morning in 2004, Gregory Pace adjusted his silk tie in the marble bathroom of the Willard Hotel, only a block from the U.S. Capitol. 43 years old, eyes the color of old bourbon, he was the founder of Capital Meridian Strategies, a lobbying boutique whose website boasted 3 employees, but whose brass nameplate gleamed like it housed an army. Gregory's specialty was navigating transportation appropriations, highway expansions, rail spurs, bridge retrofits. His newest client, Delta Ridge Aggregates of Oklahoma, owned limestone quarries and wanted a guaranteed slice of $2.8 billion earmarked for interstate repair. Delta Ridge's CEO believed Gregory possessed quiet influence. Gregory, in truth, possessed almost none. His last big win had been a commemorative post office naming, but he understood something more valuable than leverage: the price of desperation on both sides of a handshake. Senator Raymond C. Haskins of Missouri chaired the subcommittee controlling the highway bill. Long hailed as squeaky clean, Haskins now nursed a re-election campaign hemorrhaging funds after a brutal primary. Pollsters whispered that a single negative ad blitz could tip the seat. Gregory saw the senator's vulnerability as a fault line ready to split. Phase 1 began with innocuous courting. Gregory arranged a dinner at Philomena in Georgetown, inviting Haskins's chief of staff, Laura Boone, and casually covering the $310 tab. He followed with small gestures: tickets to a Nationals exhibition game, a donation to Lara's preferred veterans charity. Each step skirted beneath ethics office thresholds, building comfort without scrutiny. Phase 2 arrived on cherry blossom winds. Gregory proposed an independent expenditure committee called Americans for Rural Infrastructure, ostensibly to promote job growth. In reality, it would act as a dark money funnel. Delta Ridge parked $1.2 million in a Wyoming trust. The trust wired funds to the committee. The committee planned television spots praising Senator Haskins's unwavering support for safe highways. All perfectly legal, if distasteful, until Gregory added the final stroke. He met Laura Boone in a quiet corner of Bullfeather's bar, sliding across a manila envelope. Inside lay a draft amendment, 4 lines of legislative language that, when inserted into page 781 of the 1,600-page highway bill, would redefine strategic material supply zones to include quarries within 50 miles of Delta Ridge's sites. The amendment guaranteed the company exclusive federal purchase rights for crushed stone on 5 interstate corridors. Estimated value, $240 million over 6 years. The quid was the ad campaign. The quo was the senator's signature to file the amendment without fanfare. Laura hesitated, citing disclosure rules. Gregory countered with timing. The committee could go live next week, front-loading positive ads before the opposition's next filing period. All you need, he said, voice low, is a pen stroke in the margins. 2 evenings later, in Senator Haskins's townhouse study, the amendment gained its telltale ink flourish. Laura scanned, saved, and forwarded the PDF to Gregory's encrypted account. Within 48 hours, the committee purchased airtime across Missouri's cheaper media markets: Joplin, Springfield, Columbia, steering clear of St. Louis to avoid big city reporters who read fine print. For months, the maneuver hummed invisibly. Delta Ridge pre-negotiated supply contracts. Campaign polls climbed. Gregory's retainer tripled. He upgraded from a Volvo to an S-Class Mercedes and toasted himself with Yamazaki whiskey in his Arlington condo. He believed he'd threaded the needle. Everything technically reported, yet no line connecting donor, consultant, and legislative windfall. The stitch began to loosen with a single footnote. Emily Rivard, a second-year analyst at the Congressional Budget Office, was compiling cost estimates when she stumbled on the new Strategic Material Supply Zone clause. Curious why a definition changed mid-markup, she cross-referenced quarry data and noticed an improbable overlap. All qualifying quarries were owned by a single firm in Osage County. She wrote a memo, quoting the amendment. Within 50 miles of existing federal highway rights-of-way in counties under 60,000 population. Why those numbers? Why now? The memo slid across her supervisor's desk, then migrated to Politico reporter Dean Kessler via a late-night tip. Kessler phoned 3 lobbyists, all of whom claimed ignorance, then cold-called Delta Ridge. The PR director stammered, "I'm not aware of our involvement." A quote that landed in Kessler's Sunday expose, "Small clause, big quarry. How one company cornered the highway bill. Spotlights pivoted fast. Watchdog group OpenGov filed Freedom of Information requests. The Federal Election Commission opened a preliminary review of Americans for rural infrastructure. Investigators traced ad buys back through layers of LLCs until the money trail hit Delta Ridge's Wyoming Trust, and from there, Capital Meridian Strategies. Gregory sensed collapse one gray morning when his calendar flooded with urgent meeting requests and his phone stayed eerily silent between rings. He walked to the Capitol Visitor Center Cafe, coffee cooling in his grip, and saw his own name scroll across CNN's ticker beneath a headline about pay-to-pave politics. Panic nudged calculation aside. He booked a one-way ticket to Lisbon, planning to disappear into consultancy work for EU startups. But the FBI, alerted by the FEC's cross-referral, intercepted him at dullest moments after he cleared TSA, searching his carry-on to find a flash drive labeled Client Files, Tax. Under interrogation, Gregory tried charm, then indignation, then partial cooperation. He surrendered emails exposing Laura Boone's role and, by extension, Senator Haskins's complicity. Facing a conspiracy charge, Senator Haskins announced he would focus on family and not seek re-election. Laura Boone negotiated immunity for testimony. In federal court, Gregory listened as prosecutors distilled his grand design into 4 lines of statutory text and 1 stream of dark money. They projected a single PowerPoint slide. The jury needed 3 hours. Guilty honest services fraud, wire fraud, and violation of the Federal Election Campaign Act. Sentenced to 7 years at FCI Cumberland, Gregory now teaches a weekly business ethics seminar to inmates earning community college credits. He jokes that he finally became the influencer he once pretended to be. The highway bill was amended again, excising the quarry clause. Delta Ridge lost its guaranteed contracts, its stock price sagged, and its CEO resigned. Americans for Rural Infrastructure dissolved under penalty. Late each spring, tourists snap photos beneath Washington's cherry blossoms, unaware that 1 year's bloom hides the ghost of a consultant who learned too late that influence, like limestone, crumbles under relentless scrutiny. Martin Galloway kept a jade paperweight on his desk at Ridgefield Electronics in Leeds, and most afternoons in 2010, he turned it slowly while reading sales ledgers no one else cared to touch. He was 46, bespectacled, the kind of financial controller managers describe as solid. Quarterly calls rarely named him, and that suited him fine. The company made circuit boards for European appliance brands. Steady business, thin margins, always one currency swing away from red ink. When the pound lurched after the global crisis, Ridgefield's line of credit shrank, and whispers of layoffs drifted through the warehouse. Martin felt the tremor personally. 2 children at university, a mortgage reset, a retirement fund shriveling in tandem with bond yields. He saw the first loophole in a routine stock reconciliation report. A batch of return authorizations lacked purchase order numbers, yet the quantities matched an earlier shipment that had already been paid in full. If he duplicated that sale on paper, revenue would rise while inventory stayed unchanged. One number to please bankers, no cash needed. It felt, to Martin, like setting a bone that had slipped. He created a test invoice addressed to Yorkshire Components Limited, a name assembled from stray memories of supplier breakfasts. The system accepted it without a blink. He reversed the entry a week later to see if anyone noticed. No one did. The next quarter's covenant deadline loomed, and Martin expanded the idea. He compiled a list of dormant customer IDs, companies merged, dissolved, or moved abroad, and resuscitated them as phantom buyers. Each bogus order was modest, £18,000 here, £23,500 there, enough to pull operating income just above the bank's threshold. He balanced the aging schedules by recording perfectly timed payments that offset equally imaginary credit notes. The jade paperweight spun faster those nights, an anchor and a metronome. Ridgefield's bankers approved a revolving facility extension. Layoffs were postponed. In the cafeteria, the plant manager clapped Martin on the back. Gratitude emboldened him. What began as covenant triage mutated into performance theater. He wrote scripts to auto-generate invoices, randomizing part numbers and delivery addresses, derelict mills, demolished retail parks, one defunct cinema whose marquee still advertised a 1998 blockbuster. Over 18 months, he conjured 42,000 sales orders representing £41 million in revenue, roughly a third of Ridgefield's reported turnover. Actual cash flow sagged, but paper profits soared. The board rewarded the CEO with a bonus. The CEO rewarded Martin with a bottle of single malt and an offhand promise of promotion. The fracture surfaced during an external audit in March 2012, triggered not by suspicion but by an eager junior from a Big Four firm chasing sample confirmations. Most circulars returned stamped recipient unknown. One, addressed to Yorkshire Components, came back with a handwritten note. No such business, farm field now. The junior escalated the anomaly, and a senior auditor dug into sales cutoff reports, finding clusters of end-of-month spikes shipped to postcodes that resolved to empty lots. They requested delivery dockets. Martin supplied PDFs with courier logos, unaware the auditors called the couriers directly and learned the consignment numbers belonged to unrelated parcels. Flowers, textbooks, even a hamster cage. A chilly Monday morning, Martin was summoned to conference room B. 2 auditors, the CFO, and Ridgefield's solicitor waited in silence thick enough to stall breath. They slid a stack of invoices forward, red circles marking errors that screamed now like sirens. Identical timestamps, sequential check numbers, phone lines that rang to disconnected tones. Martin's habitual calm fled. He tried noble intent. It kept people employed. Then technical fog, legacy data migration glitches. The solicitor recorded every stammer. Within 24 hours, the board informed the Bank of Northumbria they could not rely on last year's statements. The bank froze the credit line. Suppliers demanded cash. Workers on the assembly floor learned their next payday was at risk because customers hadn't settled. Employees stared at pallets of circuit boards that might as well have been scrap metal. The collapse rippled outward. A stone thrown into the stagnant pond Martin once sought to steady. Fraud investigators from the National Crime Agency cataloged his scripts, interviewing him in a windowless office where the paperweight sat bagged as evidence. Martin explained the scam's mechanics with accountant precision. Debits, credits, reserve releases, but faltered when asked why he hadn't stopped. Each quarter, he whispered, the hole was deeper. The numbers were the only ladder I had. He was charged with false accounting, fraud by abusive position, and forgery. Court proceedings attracted modest press. No lavish lifestyles, no yachts, just lies and spreadsheets. Prosecutors displayed flowcharts shaped like spiderwebs, each strand a bogus customer leading back to Martin's login credentials. Defense counsel argued he salvaged jobs. The judge countered that deceit mortgages the future to pay the present. Sentencing delivered 5 years in prison and a 12-year director disqualification order. Ridgefield filed for administration. 190 workers queued for redundancy checks worth pennies on the pound. In HM Prison Hull, Martin teaches basic bookkeeping to other inmates, emphasizing segregation of duties, the safeguard he bypassed. He requested his jade paperweight but was told personal items must fit in a transparent bag, and stone is prohibited. He now keeps a smooth pebble from the exercise yard, turning it when ledger columns blur in his mind. Back in Leeds, weeds overtake the factory's loading bays. Local papers occasionally reference the ghost customer scandal when discussing regional unemployment. Accountancy students study the case under the heading Fabricated Revenue Recognition. The junior auditor who first questioned the invoices has since made manager. In training sessions, she reminds rookies that every unchecked anomaly is an invitation to fiction. For Martin, evenings in his cell echo with the printer's hum he once found reassuring. He tallies imaginary orders on scrap paper, not to fool anyone, only to remember the boundary between numbers that describe reality and numbers that replace it. A boundary he crossed in silence while a green stone spun beneath tired fingertips. Elena Kovacs arrived at Helios Renewable plc's Budapest satellite office in the autumn of 2021 with a resume that fit neatly on one page. 29, soft-spoken, fluent in Hungarian, German, and English, she was hired as executive assistant to CFO Dieter Schwartz, a role that meant gatekeeping calendars, translating contracts, and shepherding invoices between departments. Helios, a London-listed solar panel manufacturer, was scaling fast on EU climate subsidies. Money moved through the company like current through copper, and few employees understood the full circuitry. Elena did. In her first weeks, she mapped every approval chain. Which director initialed which ledger, where signatures turned to stamps, where emails became wire instructions. Each Friday, she lingered after hours, ostensibly perfecting slide decks, but really compiling a private flowchart of Helios's payment architecture. Her motive formed slowly, crystallizing from two truths. First, she was invisible. Assistants sip coffee in the room yet are seldom seen. Second, the company's controls relied on trust rather than verification. Dieter's digital signature, once applied, triggered automatic payments without secondary confirmation. Elena had grown up in a flat where rent teetered monthly. Invisibility and lax controls felt like unlocked doors in an affluent neighborhood. She began testing doorknobs. Phase 1 was harmless enough. She created a dummy email alias, accounts payable at helios-vendor.com, and sent herself a trial request for €2,350, labeled Conference Translation Services. Dieter, working through a backlog, approved it without reading beyond the subject line. The wire hit a fintech wallet tied to Elena's prepaid debit card. The success left her both exhilarated and terrified. She waited 2 weeks, half expecting HR to stroll in with guards. Nothing happened. Phase 2 involved patience. Instead of siphoning steady drips, Elena decided to wait for the spring tranche of EU subsidy funds. Euro 290 million earmarked for a massive photovoltaic farm in Andalusia. She registered a Gibraltar shell company, Solus Capital Markets Limited, complete with a minimalist website and a phone number that rang to a voicemail box she checked through an app. She then studied the real EPC contractor on the Andalusia project, Sunspan Engineering, copying its logo pixel for pixel. With minor alterations to the IBAN, she produced a fresh invoice. Progress payment number 4, 58,044,120 euros. On May 18th at 7:42 p.m., Elena scheduled an email from Sunspan-billing at europe-projects.com to herself and CC Dieter. The subject line, urgent subsidy milestone certification attached. She added a brief note, feigning exhaustion. Dieter, I know you're flying early tomorrow. Could we push this payment tonight to avoid penalties? All docs notarized and uploaded to the portal. She then forwarded the message to Helios Treasury with the annotation, per Dieter, approved by EOB. Dieter, half reading between packing and phone calls, typed a single line, looks fine process. Treasury uploaded his e-signature. The bank released the funds to Solis's account at a Maltese branch that prided itself on client discretion. Elena watched the transaction clear on her laptop, calm as snowfall. She transferred 4 million euros to a Viennese property escrow for a penthouse purchase and parked the rest across 4 privacy coin wallets. For 4 days, Helios buzzed normally. Then Sunspan Engineering's actual billing department sent its genuine progress payment number 4, identical except for the final digits of the IBAN. Treasury, puzzled, replied that payment was already processed. Emails crossed seas and time zones. Spreadsheets were compared. Someone finally noticed the mismatch. Dieter's pulse spiked when he realized the sender of the first invoice used europe-projects.com, not europrojects.com, a hyphen that now glared like a flashing siren. Helios's internal auditors called an emergency meeting. Elena, seated at the edge of the boardroom with a notepad, jotted action items while her heart hammered. IT traced the fraudulent email to an IP in a Budapest co-working space, registered under a day pass in the name of Lena Kov. CCTV footage showed a woman in a black coat entering at 6 p.m. on May 18th. The face was partially obscured by a surgical mask, yet the stride and ponytail were familiar to several colleagues watching the loop. Budapest police, coordinating with Europol's financial cybercrime unit, secured warrants within 24 hours. But Elena was already on the move, boarding an overnight train to Vienna with a slim leather carry-on and a passport from her dual Slovak citizenship. She checked into a boutique hotel overlooking the Danube, planning to finalize the penthouse deed the next morning. What she underestimated was the bank's new AML trigger. Any single inbound corporate transfer above 50 million euros flagged an automatic pause on downstream disbursements for 96 hours. The penthouse escrow had not yet released the title when Austrian investigators, tipped by Maltese counterparts, froze the funds. Elena arrived at the notary's office to find 2 plainclothes officers waiting politely beside a pot of orchids. They asked her name. She offered silence. They slid a print out of the CCTV still across the desk. The interrogation ended quickly. Extradited to Hungary, Elena faced charges of aggravated fraud, money laundering, and forgery of electronic documents. In hearings, she sat placidly, hair neatly pinned, listening as prosecutors played the boardroom CCTV where she took notes during the frantic post-theft meeting. Proof of audacity that unsettled even seasoned jurors. She spoke only once, answering a defense attorney's question about motive. I ensured the process worked exactly as designed. I just rerouted the flow. Helios recovered 52 million euros through coordinated seizures. The remaining 6 million euro remains scattered across privacy chains, theoretically traceable yet practically vaporous. Dieter Schwartz resigned, citing oversight fatigue, and industry panels now cite Helios when discussing dual control payment authorization. The company installed voice biometrics, mandatory callbacks, and a rule that any transfer above 500,000 euros requires live confirmation with the vendor's CFO. At sentencing, the judge acknowledged Elena's methodical intelligence, but condemned her exploitation of trust. handing down 8 years in a Hungarian women's prison and ordering restitution to the fullest extent assets allow. The Viennese penthouse went back on the market, its staged furniture never sat upon. Inside the prison library, Elena volunteers to teach Excel to inmates starting microbusiness diplomas. She moves silently between terminals, correcting formulas, her own financial empire reduced to frozen ledgers. Beyond the razor wire, CFOs across Europe now glance twice at every hyphen in an email address, knowing that a single stroke of punctuation once shifted 58 million euros into the night. Damian Rios began most mornings in 2011 by unlocking the server room of Cascade-Tel, a mid-sized Seattle wireless carrier known for low-cost prepaid plans. At 35, he possessed the mild charisma of someone perpetually half asleep. Rolled-up sleeves, soft voice, a habit of rubbing his temples before answering questions. As director of billing systems, he oversaw the code that converted millions of text messages, roaming minutes, and data pings into monthly invoices. Few colleagues could explain exactly how those lines of Java became dollar amounts. Damian could trace every cent with his eyes closed. Cascade-Tel's margins were razor thin. Executives pressed engineering to monetize the micro, floating ideas such as penny per emoji or surge pricing for peak hours. Damian absorbed the directives and nodded, then retreated to the glow of dashboards where he alone decided how revenue crystallized. Years earlier, he had invented a clean, efficient script that rounded fractional cent network fees upward, generating an extra $200,000 per quarter. Small enough to slide beneath auditors' radar, large enough to earn him a quiet bonus. That taste lingered. His second child's birth intensified the hunger. Medical bills eclipsed his rainy day fund, while his wife's teaching salary evaporated under daycare costs. One November night, after rocking the baby back to sleep, Damian stared at code on his laptop and saw an unguarded flank: closed prepaid accounts. When customers allowed balances to dwindle to zero, their numbers deactivated and entered a dormancy pool for 180 days before being wiped from the system. Nobody ever billed those accounts again. Nobody cared. Damian wrote a patch called DR Cleanup. Officially, it reclaimed orphan database rows. Hidden within was a loop that appended a single line item, account maintenance fee, 99 cents, to every dormant account on the final day before purge. 4 clicks later, he deployed the patch under the routine change management ticket CM 1143. Buried among printer driver updates and OS patches. The first run affected 68,412 numbers. Billing posted on schedule, extracting 99 cents from debit cards still linked to the dormant lines. Most card owners noticed nothing, an algorithmic gnat amid groceries and streaming subscriptions. A few disputed the charge. Cascade-Tel's customer care script offered automatic refunds with a smile. Net gain after reversals, $51,044. Damian funneled proceeds through a phantom vendor, Northstar Data Archiving, whose remit was secure storage of deregistered MSI SDN blocks. He created invoices in QuickBooks, routed payments to a business checking account at a credit union across Lake Washington, and set up nightly ACH transfers to a crypto exchange. By spring, the scheme harvested every 30 days, roughly synchronizing with the dormancy cycle. March, $47,880. April, $52,190. The numbers felt like gentle rain, quiet yet relentless. He allowed himself modest luxuries: a refurbished sailboat moored on Lake Union, a kitchen remodel paid in cash, weekends at a coastal Airbnb where he pretended the ocean air soothed his migraines. He told co-workers the remodel was financed by a small inheritance. They nodded, uninterested. Cascade-Tel's internal audit team relied on anomaly detection software tuned for spikes, not drizzles. 99-cent fees scattered across hundreds of thousands of bills looked legitimate. until a sociology grad student in Portland, analyzing prepaid plans for a consumer advocacy blog, noticed an unexplained charge on her dormant travel SIM. Curious, she tweeted a screenshot tagging at CascadeTel and the Washington State Attorney General. The tweet got 12 likes, 3 retweets, and one crucial view. Monica Adler, a state AG investigator who specialized in microbilling fraud. Adler requested 6 months of CascadeTel's billing extracts. Her software parsed 94 million transactions and flagged a pattern. Every month, on the same timestamp, exactly 0.99 added to accounts that met 4 conditions: inactive status, balance below 10 cents, 0 usage for 179 days, and closure scheduled at midnight. The precision smacked of automation, not policy. She called CascadeTel's compliance officer, who stammered through an explanation of legacy fees, then forwarded service guide PDFs that made no mention of maintenance charges. The company's board, blindsided, hired an external forensic firm. Analysts dove into commit logs, filtering entries around CM 1143. Damien's username surfaced beside the patch comments, bland phrases like optimize purge routine. Git history revealed obfuscated variable names. Add fee, nested within innocuous cleanup functions. The firm traced ACH payments to Northstar Data Archiving. Bank records showed only one authorized signer, Damien Rios. A great Tuesday at 8:14 a.m., 2 plainclothes FBI agents and the company's HR director entered the server room. Damien glanced up from the console, hands still on the keyboard. He surrendered calmly, almost gratefully, as if the room's perpetual hum had finally resolved into a clear note. Interrogation unfolded in measured tones. Damien outlined the scheme without theatrics, emphasizing that each fee was under $1. You can't buy coffee with it. An agent replied that fraud measures intent, not denomination. Total take over 16 months. 58,906,394. A fortune built one unnoticed coin at a time. Court proceedings drew limited media. Headline writers struggled to dramatize theft invisible to any single victim. Prosecutors illustrated scale with a visual, a waterfall made of pennies filling an Olympic pool. Damien's defense cited financial pressure, corporate culture of monetization, and his immediate cooperation. The judge, unmoved, handed down 7 years in federal prison, 3 years supervised release, and full restitution to be garnished from future wages. CascadeTel refunded every 99-cent charge, doubling the amount as apology credits. Shareholders filed a class action. Executives tightened change control gates, added dual sign-off for billing edits, and banned single-person vendor onboarding. Posters in the hallway now read, "If a fee is worth charging, it's worth explaining." In prison, Damien teaches basic coding but is barred from any program involving financial data. He writes letters to his children describing constellations he can no longer sail beneath. On quiet nights, he imagines the server room's blue LEDs, a star field behind tinted glass, and wonders how far 99 cents can drift before someone finally feels the tug. Nathan Lowell arrived at the glittering lobby of Midcontinental Steel on a bright Monday in March 1998, wearing the same modest gray suit he had bought off a clearance rack in Milwaukee. To the guards downstairs and the vice presidents upstairs, he gave the impression of mild competence, nothing more. He answered softly in meetings, laughed politely at the jokes of men twice his pay grade, and kept a tidy cubicle in the Treasury operations wing. When the company's CFO introduced him as our new liquidity analyst, no one bothered to look up from their coffee. That anonymity became Nathan's shield, then his weapon. His first task involved reconciling subsidiary cash accounts scattered across the Midwest. Midcontinental acquired mills the way hobbyists collect stamps. and each purchase left behind half-finished ledgers. Nathan spent evenings combing through paper statements, entering numbers into spreadsheets no one else understood. He discovered small discrepancies. $400 here, $1,300 there. Old bank fees and duplicate wire costs that had never been booked. Resolving them earned little praise, but it taught him precisely how invisible money could become inside a company busy chasing quarterly growth. By November 1999, he recognized an almost childlike truth. If he posted an adjusting entry for, say, $42,000 to clear a stale payable on an inactive mill, the controller signed off without question. The figure was too small to draw attention, yet too large for anyone beneath him to authorize. Nathan began testing limits, first with phantom vendor refunds, later with overnight money market transfers that he reversed the next morning. Each experiment ended the same way. Silence. The new millennium brought new distractions. Y2K upgrades swallowed IT budgets, auditors worried about date fields, and Wall Street analysts called daily to demand earnings guidance. Nathan, alone in his cubicle, realized no one traced funds between the operating concentration account and a dormant corporate entity Mid-Continental had created during a failed expansion into Canada. The subsidiary's account still existed at Northern Shore Bank. All he needed was an electronic funds transfer request, signed by any two authorized officers. Their signatures lined thousands of archived documents, and he had access to the copy machine. He chose incrementalism. On a Tuesday in May 2000, he moved $96,000 out of corporate cash and into the orphaned Canadian account. 2 days later, he wired the same amount to an online brokerage he opened under an acronymic shell, LWL Partners. He kept a typed note in his desk reminding himself of the purpose. Safety net for sick mother. The lie made him feel almost virtuous. Quarter by quarter, the flows grew bolder. When aluminum prices spiked after a strike in Iceland, he pushed $320,000 through. When Mid-Continental announced a debt refinancing, he siphoned $1.2 million under cover of bond-related hedging fees. At night, he read annual reports of famous frauds, ZZZZ Best, Crazy Eddie, studying where they slipped. His conclusion was that arrogance, not greed, ruined them. So he forced himself to live plainly. Same apartment, same four-cylinder Honda, same $10 haircut. If a craving for luxury surfaced, he wrote down the item on scrap paper and shredded it. The ritual felt like confession and absolution at once. Yet the balances inside LWL Partners ballooned. By autumn 2001, he controlled $18 million in blue-chip stocks and short-dated treasuries. He watched the market stagger after September 11th and felt no fear. If anything, the volatility concealed him further. Still, he understood that one fax in the wrong direction could expose everything. To maintain the charade, he built a paper trail of bogus invoices from Lakeside Wire Logistics, mixing them with genuine hedging charges. He forged not only signatures but entire conversations, emails from fake account reps, memos citing market turbulence. Whenever auditors asked for support, he provided 3-page spreadsheets with numbers rounded to the nearest cent perfection passed for authenticity. The reckoning began with a printer jam. In February 2002, Mid-Continental upgraded to a new enterprise resource system, and legacy transaction data migrated poorly. A junior accountant named Elise Warren tried to reprint a payment batch history Nathan had signed 2 years earlier. The PDF stalled, revealing hidden layers of text, his doctored approvals embedded behind the official headers. Elise flagged IT, then compliance, unsure whether it was mere formatting debris or something sinister. An internal audit team descended quietly. They traced vendor IDs, discovered repeating routing numbers, and noticed that Lakeside Wire Logistics listed a post office box shared by no other supplier. Nathan sensed their footsteps weeks before they reached his cubicle. He reacted with almost clinical calm. wiped his hard drive, deleted backdated calendar entries, and scheduled 2 vacation days citing family matters. He purchased a last-minute flight from O'Hare to Lisbon, booked under his legal name, an impulsive flourish he would later regret. On the morning of April 3, 2002, while Midcontinental's CEO presented quarterly guidance, the audit team confronted the CFO with a preliminary loss estimate of $26.8 million. The number stunned the board into silence. When they asked who had authority over these transactions, 20 eyes turned toward the empty gray cubicle near the hallway printer. Nathan never showed up for his return flight. He checked into a seaside hostel in Cascais, Portugal, paid cash for a modest room, and spent afternoons walking cliffside trails, listening to gulls cry over the Atlantic. Portuguese police located his passport record after Interpol notices went out, but extradition took time. By then, Nathan had vanished again, leaving behind only a discarded map marked with ferry routes to Morocco. Back in Chicago, the scandal-gutted Midcontinental's share price forced a restatement of 4 years of earnings and cost 312 employees their jobs in a wave of layoffs meant to appease lenders. Elise Warren testified before a Senate subcommittee, her voice steady yet bewildered as she described the printer jam that uncovered millions. "It looked wrong," she said. "So I asked." Investigators pieced together Nathan's scheme, but none could explain his psychology. He owned no mansion, no yacht, not even a decent television. A forensic psychiatrist suggested he craved control rather than wealth, a hypothesis as neat and incomplete as any balance sheet. To this day, the missing $27 million remains frozen across 6 brokerage accounts, the keys protected by passcodes only Nathan knew. Some suspect he lives quietly in a coastal town, working odd jobs under an assumed name. Others believe despair claimed him somewhere between Lisbon and Tangier. Midcontinental rebuilt, auditors wrote thick manuals, and software now flags anomalies in real time. Yet employees still pass Nathan's old cubicle, now stripped bare, and wonder how close they, too, might be to numbers that whisper invitations no one else can hear. Miles Denham first appeared on Canary Wharf's polished marble floors in the spring of 2005, carrying a leather folio that never left his grasp and a grin that suggested the future was already his. He called himself a cross-border capital placement specialist, a phrase few understood yet everyone repeated. Tall, soft-spoken, and precise with his cufflinks, he quickly secured a desk at Vantage Equities, a mid-tier brokerage catering to pension funds hungry for continental real estate yield. To the partners, he felt like found money. European schooling, Midwestern manners, and a bulging Rolodex of Spanish developers who, he insisted, were about to turn the Costa del Sol into a new Miami Beach. The first deal seemed harmless. A modest £8 million syndication to renovate a half-empty beachfront complex near Malaga. Miles produced glossy architectural renderings and a feasibility study stamped by an accounting firm in Barcelona. The rental projections strained credulity, yet June of 2006 was a season of optimistic spreadsheets. Vantage wired the funds, the pension trustees toasted their foresight, and Miles collected a 2% placement fee, which he immediately converted into blue-chip shares. No one flew to Spain to confirm whether bulldozers ever arrived. By 2007, Miles had raised £74 million across 5 Spanish projects, each wrapped in a different shell company with lyrical names: Marta Olivos, Horizonte Azul, Costa Ventana. He used identical photos in multiple prospectuses, changing the angle or the shade of the sea to suggest variety. Investors noticed neither the recycled imagery nor the recycled promises. Off-plan condos presold to Scandinavian retirees, financing fully secured by local municipal guarantees. Completion set conveniently 18 months after each closing. Then came the financial crisis. British pensions suddenly craved the steady returns Miles had promised. But the Spanish banks underwriting his partners were themselves gasping for liquidity. He responded with an audacious pivot: trophy towers in Madrid. In October 2008, he unveiled a plan to acquire 2 half-finished office blocks, concrete skeletons abandoned when credit froze. He spun them into an opportunistic recovery fund, claiming inside contacts would grant the assets at a 40% discount if capital arrived within 30 days. Behind the scenes, no such contacts existed. The towers were indeed real, but ownership had collapsed into a knot of courts, creditors, and tax authorities. Miles could not buy them even if he tried. What he could do was sell the dream. He filled conference rooms with somber talk of countercyclical strategy, displayed aerial drone footage of the buildings at dusk, and quoted a valuation model that predicted a doubling of rent rolls by 2014. Trustees, desperate to recoup earlier Costa del Sol delays, doubled down. An additional £52 million landed in an account at Banco de Santander, an account Miles controlled through a Gibraltar-registered conduit called Southmar Capital. His personal life, however, remained disarmingly low-key. He rented a modest flat near Greenwich Park, drove a 6-year-old Volvo, and vacationed in off-season months when airfare was cheapest. Colleagues mistook this restraint for integrity, unaware that most of the money sat in a Luxembourg clearinghouse earning quiet interest. Miles consulted no lavish wish list. He studied foreign exchange charts instead, convinced he could outpace the suspicion he knew would one day find him. The first hairline crack appeared via the back door of a printer, much like Nathan Lowell's fate an ocean away. In January 2010, Vantage hired a junior analyst, Priya Desai, to reconcile escrow statements. She noticed Southmar's wire instructions changed with every drawdown, hopping from Gibraltar to Luxembourg to the Isle of Man. When she emailed Miles for clarification, he replied within minutes, praising her diligence and attaching a banking partners matrix. So ornate it looked official. Yet the language struck Priya as oddly circular. Phrases like multi-jurisdictional custodian overlay that explained nothing. She escalated to compliance, which opened a quiet review. Unfortunately for Miles, the towers in Madrid had recently become infamous in Spanish newspapers as monuments to bankruptcy. Google translated headlines for the British auditors: Edificios Fantasma de AZCA. The phrase, ghost towers, felt tailor-made to startle anyone who had invested pensioners' life savings in them. The unraveling moved with bureaucratic speed yet relentless certainty. A Spanish notary confirmed no purchase deeds existed under any Southmar affiliate. Luxembourg regulators found inbound transfers labeled consulting reserves, then outflows to anonymous Panamanian companies. Vantage's lawyers confronted Miles on a gray Tuesday in April 2011. They expected resistance. Instead, he handed over his phone, badge, and a single sentence: "You'll find the funds largely intact if you don't panic." The claim was half true. Roughly £31 million still rested in low-risk bonds. The rest had vaporized in leveraged currency bets against the Swiss franc, positions that imploded when the Swiss National Bank surprised markets that very week. It was as if Miles's entire scheme had timed its own collapse. During questioning by the Serious Fraud Office, he remained eerily composed. He admitted forging municipal letters, fabricating escrow agreements, and hiring freelance designers to mock up architectural blueprints. Asked why he kept no luxury goods, he answered, "Luxury is a burden when you spend every day afraid of attention." Psychiatrists later described his mindset as abstinence-based rationalization, the belief that minimal personal benefit equaled moral mitigation. The court was unmoved. In December 2012, after a 6-week trial at Southwark Crown Court, jurors convicted Miles Denham of fraud by abuse of position and money laundering. He received 9 years, a sentence delivered in near silence except for the shuffling of papers. Vantage Equities settled with the pension funds, swallowing £48 million in losses and dissolving within 18 months. Trustees faced awkward meetings with retirees who had once been promised sunrise balconies in Spain. Instead, they kept their semi-detached homes in Yorkshire and watched the news with a mix of anger and relief that things were not worse. Today, the ghost towers still loom over Madrid's skyline, unfinished columns of gray concrete now draped with graffiti. Visitors rarely know they were at the heart of a British scandal. As for Miles, he teaches accounting basics to fellow inmates at HMP Lodham Grange, a role he performs with unwavering courtesy. When a prison journalist asked if he regretted anything, he paused, then said, "I regret misjudging the patience of time. Buildings can stand empty for decades, but lies collapse the moment someone checks a ledger." He offered a small smile, the sort you might reserve for an overlooked acquaintance in a crowded room, then returned to his lesson on the principle of double entry. Debit on the left, credit on the right, truth balanced only until someone leans too hard on the scale. When Ellen Harrow accepted the chief finance seat at Maple Ridge Medical Center in rural Ohio, she was 37, recently divorced, and hungry to prove she belonged in the world of big hospitals rather than community clinics. Maple Ridge had grown fast on federal grants, but its books were still kept on aging greenbar paper, the kind Ellen had mastered as an intern. During her first board presentation in February 2013, she spoke softly, scarcely glancing at her notes, and impressed the trustees with projections that glided upward like the steady pulse on a healthy monitor. She ended with a promise: "Our pension assets can work harder without taking reckless risks." The hospital's pension plan, worth $164 million, sat mostly in low-yield bonds and certificates. Ellen persuaded the trustees to allow a tactical sleeve, up to 20%, devoted to what she called asymmetric opportunities. She translated the jargon into homely metaphors about planting a few apple trees instead of relying only on corn. No one asked where she had learned option theory. They only knew she never raised her voice and always arrived earlier than the janitors. Within 3 months, the investment policy was amended, and Ellen received sole authority to direct trades under a standing resolution signed by the chair. The man who showed her how to exploit that authority entered her life by accident. She met Victor Alvarez at a medical device conference in Chicago, where Maple Ridge was scouting discount imaging machines. Victor was not a vendor. He ran a boutique hedge fund, Granite Signal Partners, specializing in healthcare equities. Over weak coffee in the exhibition hall, he confided that his fund often received clinical trial whispers long before they hit Bloomberg. Ellen listened, expression neutral, heart skittering. Victor ended with an almost throwaway line: "If your pension ever wants in on something quiet, call me." He handed over a card embossed with an alpine landscape. Back in Ohio, Ellen researched Granite Signal at night, laptop propped on folded laundry. The fund posted double-digit returns in years the S&P stumbled. She suspected insider trading, yet felt drawn to the certainty Victor radiated. Certainty she lacked after nights spent revisiting alimony calculations and her son's college savings. She called him 3 weeks later from the hospital stairwell. He picked up on the first ring, as if expecting her voice. The arrangement formed in whispers and encrypted emails. Granite Signal would open a sub-account labeled MRMC Tactical. Ellen transferred an initial, million, disguising it in the general ledger as Treasury Cash Sweep. Victor replied with dry humor, "Welcome to the rocks, Chief." 2 days later, he sent a spreadsheet noting a significant options position in Cortex Bio, a cardiac stent developer awaiting FDA approval. "Probability greater than 85%, he wrote. Ellen did not ask how he knew. Cortex shares spiked 46% the morning approval was announced. The pension pocketed. 3.1 million in a single trade. Ellen's pulse thudded as she watched the green bars on her screen. The win, she told herself, meant new ventilators for pediatrics, maybe a pay raise for nurses. She prepared a short memo for trustees highlighting market outperformance due to strategic rebalancing. Numbers scrubbed clean of any trace of Granite Signal. Victor's next tips came faster. Orthopedic implant mergers, a whistleblower settlement destined to lift a generic drug supplier, and a rumored Medicare reimbursement shift telegraphed by a source inside the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Each trade widened Maple Ridge's returns, and each victory deepened Ellen's reliance on Victor's invisible pipeline. They met twice in person, always in loud hotel bars near airports. Victor wore cufflinks shaped like tiny pickaxes, an inside joke about digging for ore. Ellen never invited him to Ohio. She worried the smell of disinfectant in the corridors would betray her. By late 2015, the tactical sleeve had swollen to 38% of the pension, far beyond the policy limit Ellen herself had drafted. To mask the breach, she began moving losing positions temporarily into a short-term hospital operating account before monthly reports closed, then shifting them back afterward, a practice Victor coached her through. Just paper, he said. The numbers travel on screens. No one opens the drawers anymore. The collapse started with an email she never saw. A junior analyst at Granite Signal bragged to a friend about data straight off the FDA servers. Thanks to Vic, the friend worked at a brokerage already under SEC scrutiny and quietly forwarded the boast to an examiner. Subpoenas spread like winter flu through Chicago's hedge fund district. Granite Signal servers were imaged, trade logs cross-referenced with badge swipes at government buildings. Ellen learned of the danger only when Victor called past midnight, voice stripped of confidence. They might contact Maple Ridge, he warned. Delete anything with my name. The line went dead before she could ask a question. 2 weeks later, 3 agents from the SEC's Market Abuse Unit appeared in the hospital lobby. They wore visitor badges and requested a meeting regarding unusual pension trades. Ellen guided them to a small conference room, heart drumming so loudly she feared it could be heard through the frosted glass. The oldest agent unfolded charts comparing Maple Ridge's option purchases to FDA approval dates. The patterns looked cartoonishly obvious once displayed in red and blue. Ellen managed a single sentence. We follow a diversified strategy. It sounded pitiful even to her own ears. That evening she wrote a letter to her son at Ohio State, explaining only that mistakes can metastasize like silent tumors and that she loved him beyond arithmetic. In court documents unsealed the following spring, prosecutors alleged that Maple Ridge profited $24.6 million from inside information, with $9.8 million lost when one tip proved false. Ellen pleaded guilty to securities fraud and false statements. At sentencing, she wore the same muted suit she had debuted before the board, now a shade looser. She told the judge she started with good intentions and then confused outcome with morality. The judge, himself once a hospital attorney, sentenced her to 41 months and ordered restitution equal to every illicit gain, a sum Maple Ridge's insurers would ultimately cover after bitter litigation. Granite Signal dissolved, its remaining assets distributed to wronged investors, including the hospital whose fortunes it had temporarily inflated. Maple Ridge survived, but the pension plan reverted to plain vanilla bonds, the apple trees cut down before bearing fruit. Once a month, Ellen's former colleagues drive past the new critical care wing built with profits now deemed tainted. The brick facade looks indistinguishable from the oncology ward beside it. Late shift nurses claim that on quiet nights the automatic doors hiss open without anyone approaching, as if admitting a visitor still trying to make amends, ledger in hand, hoping the numbers might yet balance in favor of grace. A gray October drizzle painted streaks down the windows of 590 Madison Avenue when Rajaratnam arrived for the pre-market call. The founder of the Galleon Group moved with quiet heft, black overcoat, soft leather briefcase, no entourage. At 7:45 a.m., he settled into a trading pod ringed by Bloomberg terminals and greeted half a dozen portfolio managers with a curt nod. Inside Galleon's bullpen, murmurs eclipsed the tickers. Motorola guidance? Intel's inventory? Questions dangled like vines in a jungle thick with rumor. Rajaratnam's voice, low and unhurried, began reading from his notebook, each item introduced with the same modest preface. One of my guys heard. Within minutes, by orders rippled across tech names still cloaked in pre-earnings silence. Rajaratnam had built Galleon on 3 convictions. Information is the only raw material that depreciates by the second. Loyalty can be rented with 7-figure bonuses, and friendship, once monetized, becomes a pipeline. He cultivated consultants inside Silicon Valley fabs, Bangalore call centers, and New Jersey accounting suites, paying retainers disguised as research contracts. Their brief was simple: talk early, talk often, talk in code when necessary. Galleon, managing $7 billion, turned those crumbs of future knowledge into bread loaves of alpha that eclipsed competitors by whole percentage points. Across Midtown, on the 23rd floor of Morgan Stanley's headquarters, Anil Kumar refreshed his email, half distracted by the glow of a clandestine BlackBerry pinned beneath his desk. Kumar, a revered McKinsey partner, had once tutored Rajaratnam at Wharton and still addressed him, half-jokingly, as senior class monitor. Every few weeks Kumar forwarded a draft slide deck, pending acquisition synergies, unannounced cost cuts, then erased the sent file and closed his office door. The payments drifted back through a Singapore shell, disguised as business development consulting. Yet the edges of the network frayed where vanity rubbed against protocol. Danielle Cheesy, a brash blonde analyst at Newcastle Funds, boasted after hours that she could read CEOs like open books. She coaxed AMD executives over late-night mojitos, mined them for wafer yields, then passed the figures to Rajaratnam in cryptic midnight voicemails. Her bravado caught the ear of an SEC investigator reviewing suspicious trades around an earnings leak. A parallel FBI team, still smarting from the bare-knuckle lessons of the subprime meltdown, requested a wiretap warrant, rare territory for white-collar cases. Judge Richard Howell signed the order, and on a damp March morning agents clipped listening devices under Cheesy's office desk and inside Rajaratnam's personal line. The recordings began as a faint chorus, rustling papers, keyboard clacks, then sharpened into dialogues of startling candor. "You're good for 1 million shares by close?" Rajaratnam asked one voice. "We'll crush the street," the voice replied. Dates, ticker symbols, even expected cents per share danced across the static. Each word carried the dry crackle of inevitability. Analysts at the Bureau's wire room, more accustomed to mafia slang, listened in baffled silence as billions floated across conversations polite enough for a country club veranda. While tapes stacked up, Galleon's numbers sparkled. The flagship tech fund posted 11% in a quarter where the Nasdaq lay flat. Investors, from Scandinavian pensions to Dallas endowments, applauded Rajaratnam's deep dive research. He attended benefit galas wearing simple neckties, declining press interviews, cultivating the mystique of a man too focused to boast. Yet inside the firm, a junior trader named Adam Smith, no relation to The Economist, wondered aloud how their entry prices so often coincided with post-closing press releases. His mentor patted his shoulder. "Some people chase news, Adam. We just anticipate it." Late summer 2009, the Bureau decided the harvest was ripe. Before dawn on October 16th, 20 agents fanned out across Manhattan and the Jersey suburbs, radios hissing under the metallic scent of rain. At Rajaratnam's apartment on Sutton Place, the knock came loud enough to wake the East River gulls. He answered in a t-shirt emblazoned with the Sri Lankan cricket logo, eyes clear, as though he had expected punctual visitors. Handcuffs clicked. The hallway flashed with camera bulbs. A neighbor's Yorkshire Terrier barked useless protests. The arrest sent tremors through Wall Street's canyons. CNBC anchors stuttered over the phrase, hedge fund wiretap, a concept nearly oxymoronic to viewers who believed insider trading was an art too subtle for microphones. Galleon investors scrambled to redeem. Prime brokers tightened credit. By week's end, the once sovereign fund froze positions and posted a farewell notice on its website. We have determined it is in the best interests of our investors to wind down. In the federal courthouse on Pearl Street, prosecutors played snippets of taped calls. The jurors leaned forward as Rajaratnam asked Cheesy to confirm exact cents in IBM's forthcoming quarter. I need the whisper number, not the consensus. Defense counsel argued the language was industry banter, but each successive clip eroded plausibility. Anil Kumar took the stand wearing a charcoal suit 3 sizes too large, weight shed by remorse. His voice quavered as he recounted stuffing cash into Delhi hotel safes before boarding flights back to New York. Rajaratnam's conviction arrived on May 11, 2011, 14 counts, including conspiracy and securities fraud. The judge, describing a brazen, pervasive pattern of corruption, imposed an 11-year sentence, then the harshest ever for insider trading. Outside, a drizzle similar to the one that shadowed his arrest dampened microphones as journalists searched for metaphors. Some spoke of Icarus. Others cited the fall of an information king. Galleon's trading floor now hosts a logistics startup. The pods remain, but the screens display shipping manifests instead of option chains. Sometimes the new tenants joke about phantom whispers lingering in the wiring, echoes of a time when milliseconds held fortunes. The case redrew the playbook for market surveillance. Hedge fund managers began attending compliance seminars, ears pricked like students after a fire drill. Research dinners once punctuated by knowing winks now ended with explicit reminders. Public domain only, please. The Bureau, emboldened, expanded wiretaps across other funds, treating mispriced knowledge as contraband rather than coincidence. Yet the human architecture of temptation endures. Information still flits along conference call margins, across golf greens, through encrypted chats. Ambition still asks whether a single sentence heard 3 hours early is really a crime or merely a head start. Rajaratnam's story lingers as a cautionary echo, proof that in the densest thickets of capital, whispers can amplify into roars loud enough for even the most jaded investigator to hear, if only someone thinks to listen.